All right, guys. Good? City staff good? Hi, welcome. Thanks for being here. I'm going to call this February 10th meeting to order. I want to do a little bit of housekeeping first. Thank you all for being here. We've got a packed house here, and then we also have overflow. Thank you to Jeff and putting all of our technology together. So that's awesome. There's also QR codes as you enter, and that's going to take you directly to our city website or the city YouTube site. If you have to leave and you want to follow along, so you can go to those and then just click the live recording to follow along. There is about a 30-second delay between this room and the next room. So give us grace as we're figuring out all of that. Is there anything else, Megan, you wanted to? Okay. But thank you guys for being here. I would like to call up Dr. Thorpe to give our invocation at this time. Oh, one more note. Since we're very much have overflow, everybody, if you could pay attention to talking into the mic. That's a reminder for up here and for speakers. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor Dickey. Good evening to the council. Let us pray. Lord, again, we thank you once again for this opportunity. We thank you for this time together, for the privilege of serving our community. We thank you for the gift of leadership and for the opportunity to work together for the common good. And Lord, we just ask you for your wisdom to guide us in every decision made in this council. Grant discernment to the members as they deliberate on matters that impact the lives of so many. Help them to lead with integrity, courage, and compassion, seeking justice and fairness in every action. We pray for unity among this body, that differences may be bridged with understanding that the voice of every citizen is honored. And may the work done here tonight reflect your righteousness and bring lasting blessings to our city. We commit this meeting into your hands, trusting that your spirit will guide us in every word and every decision. In Jesus' name, we pray together. Amen.
Thank you, Dr. Thorpe. If you can rise, please rise with us.
The flag of the United States of America, to the republic which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you all. At this time, I would like to recognize Grace with the Visitors Bureau. No? Yes? Okay. Grace, you got the floor.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. And thank you for having me here today. In front of you, I have provided the proposal that was presented to us.
Hey, Grace,
Yes,
a little bit more mic, if that's okay. Thank you.
sure. The proposal that was presented to us from Legit Productions out of New York City. They reached out a few weeks ago in regards to creating an episode for their 6th season of Art in America, the story of Art in America. Specifically, they reached out to do this in Burlington. And through my conversation with them, we would be required to provide them a list of a couple of dozen different artists and their works and mediums. And at the end of the day, the director would be deciding what's going to be best to create this episode. And if we actually just go to the, I want to say page 3, the one that shows the seasons, maybe page 4. So you can see the development that this production has been in. They did come out in season 2 to Raleigh and Asheville, and I did reach out to both of them, obviously to confirm it, but you can find their episodes online. They worked well with both of those communities. So we're excited to, have this reach, them reaching out to Burlington. However, with that said, we realize a lot of our artisans do work in other communities. So I proposed that if possible, if they would consider coming to Graham, because they said they really want to stick to just one community unless that community was in just a couple of minutes from the other. So as we explore artisans, there's that opportunity to have Graham represented in this episode. And this is streamed. This is a Prime Video production that will be across those Prime Video, Tubi, Ovation, if you head to the next screen for me. And some that I don't even recognize. But where you can see the reach that it has, the ability to get folks engaged and learn more about the arts in our community. So our board has met and we discussed this, and we do believe it's a value to our community. And what we would like to do is obviously work with them, with Burlington, and we have made a request from them if we can get them, to also include Graham, that would be great. However, you have an opportunity to be recognized as a collaborator within this episode as well. And if you decided to do that, then you get credit on the show. If not, you still may be in the show because the artists do work throughout the area. So the total investment is actually $27,000. And our board has committed to cover $13,500. The city of Burlington has committed to the same. So that takes care of the representation for us. However, if Graham would like to have to be at that table, to have some input on some artisans to present to the director, and then let them navigate how that episode will work, what's best for them within the series, because it's not just about the art. They'll also be interviewing historians in our county and folks to talk about tourism. This one is actually geared to tourism. And let me go through here because he has quite a bit in here. So this one particularly for season 6, the entire season, it's called Public Art in American Story. It will be focused on the role of the public art in American cities, from revitalizing local neighborhoods, improving tourism attractiveness, and telling stories about the history of the city. So that's the goal in the making of this particular episode for us. I will let you know that as part of this, we want to use it as a catalyst to create an initiative, an art initiative, or even a trail to highlight our local public art and drive visitors to our area, encouraging them to stay overnight, obviously. But it does create another tourism product. And I know we have this product here, but we'd like to look at using this as a catalyst to make it stronger. So with that said, if the city of Graham is interested in participating as one of the folks that, come into this development for this this investment, we are asking for $7,000 of the total 27, thus reducing both the Alamance County Tourism Authority and the city of Burlington's commitment down to 10,000. And so I don't know if anyone has any questions.
Do you have an idea of an artist or a historian that you picture representing Graham in this? I know that that's a pitch to the director and
Yeah.
they make that call, but
I know we have lots of artisans here. I will be honest, someone that I think of right away happens to be Beechwood Metalworks in Casey, who has done a lot of work across our area. And of course, tie into Alamance Arts. And so, but there, we've had some discussions with a handful. But certainly there's lots of opportunity to think, what does that look like? Murals, artists, art in parks.
Mhm.
So hands-on, they definitely want to be able to get into the artist studio in their space to showcase the work and how they do it. The episode is just shy of 30 minutes, so that'll fill in pretty quickly.
Mhm.
But I believe they're looking for about 20 to 22 artisans to have a list from, contacts, what it is they do, how they do it, kind of like a biography to each, and then they'll decide from there, reach out to them. Of course, we need to know that they're interested in doing it, so.
Sure.
Mhm.
Okay. Any other questions for Grace? Okay. Thank you, Grace.
You're welcome.
Council, is this something that you guys are interested in? I did talk to Megan and she said that sales tax could support this if we're interested.
What's the deadline for it?
I was just about to say that. They're going to start to work on the production later this summer, according to the paperwork they've sent to us. And then it'll be out spring of next year. So the reality is we're committed in. Where you can come in, really, I would say is pretty flexible. So if you decided within the next couple of months, we definitely want in, that's fine, we're going to tell them. But what I would like, if we can develop it, but they start to create or decide on the artists and it doesn't work out to cover Graham maybe the way you might want it, then you probably wouldn't be investing in it. But if you want to secure that representation, I would probably say within the next 30 days.
When is the arts, when is the arts around the square?
May 16th.
So it's not gonna happen around May or,
No,
okay,
no.
I just thought that might be some great timing, to
Mhm.
film around as
Mhm.
far as Graham.
Yeah.
Just,
They are hyper-focused on the individual in their artwork.
So you're looking for artists from Burlington?
It is primarily Burlington. Now, if you were to be an investor, if City of Graham was to be an investor, then we would say, okay, the City of Graham definitely is at the table. And here are some, artisans from Graham to consider and ask that the director builds some way, somehow, even if it's just one artist, but that would be fair, that we're covering and having that exposure specifically and including Graham. Mhm.
Any thoughts?
Well, let's not make,
It-
we.
I don't want to make a decision
Not
tonight
but
because,
it's worth
Okay.
discussing.
yeah.
Okay. Megan, can we
You
put that
can-
on the agenda for next week or next month? Sure. Okay.
All right, sounds great.
Thank you, Grace.
Thank you
you.
for the opportunity.
Thank
Yeah.
you.
Okay. At this point, I would like to recognize Parks and Rec Director Brian Fawcett for our 9/11 5K fundraiser. Thank you, sir, for being here.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, council. I'm actually going to hand it off to Chief Tommy Cole from the fire department. Chief Cole, are you handling most of this? Okay. And would like to call forward my staff, Michelle Schaefer and Brandon McCandless as well.
And I'll do the same. Captain Chris Stokes, if you'll come forward, please. Chris. Mayor and council, it's always an exciting time for us to tell you about the amazing things that our our departments are doing and to work with other organizations outside of Graham to support the missions that we all have as department heads and departments itself. So at this time, I'm going to ask Ken Waisley if Ken would come up as one of our partnering agencies, partnering agencies representing them. So, and I'm going to hand it off too. So it's a night of handing off. So Captain Chris Stokes is our community engagement captain and community risk reduction. So Chris, this is kind of his show. So in the past, Captain Jason Moore has been the one that's been up front and really kind of got it all organized from the get-go. We've rotated responsibility. So Chris now takes over community engagement. So I'm gonna let Chris speak, and if there's anything he doesn't know because it's new to him, I'll pick up. This was our 5th year partnering with Ken and Children of Fallen Heroes for this event. We look forward to this event. It brings the community together to honor the lives lost on 9/11. We've raised over tens of thousands of dollars for this event. This year will be a special one because it's the 25th year anniversary of September 11th, 2001. So that'll do it big this year. Yep. So at this time, we have a check.
Just talking to the mic.
Oh,
Sorry.
I thought you wanted me to look over here.
No,
I'm sorry.
the mic.
Okay. The mic. Okay. At this time, we have a check presentation that we'd like to give Ken. And you want to speak on behalf of your organization too, before we do that, because we'll tend to leave and not handle the good stuff. So I'll let Ken speak for a moment.
Good evening, everyone. I'd like to personally thank you for everything that you've done for Children of Fallen Heroes. This is a very, very special place. I lost my father 53 years ago, not even 20 miles from here, flight-wise. And I made a promise when we first started this that we were working and we were going to acquire land, and we acquired the 82 acres of land that we're building a Children of Fallen Heroes Retreat and STEM and Arts Education Center. We have broken ground. We have moved a lot of dirt. We've got Mr. Rod Lynch with Nolberg Farms, who has helped us. He is a very well known in North Carolina, doing the Wyman Foundation, US Open, many others, and teaching us land stewardship. The one thing that nobody knows about that what I want to do is that I want to make sure that Graham is recognized as in the foundation for the land. So we'd like to get together with y'all soon and get a plaque made and everything so that you are part of the foundational. This is going to be around for hundreds of years, and we couldn't do it without y'all and in the fire department. So once again, thank you to the fire department. We have another little special gift that we'd like to do real quick while they're doing a presentation. One of the things that we are known for is that we teach drone and aviation classes as part of our program. And I have spent many years doing drones, and we know what the fire department does day in and day out. And I wanted to present this drone to them that we got for them. This here is a very special drone. I'm gonna let you open it up. This is an anti-gravity drone. You're going to be able to get a 360 view of Graham. And so you're going to get a lot of good material to use and to help promote this wonderful city. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
I'm sorry, I almost forgot because my brain was been going. I've been nothing but on the excavator for the past 2 weeks. But Brandy and the city of Graham Parks and Rec have spent a tremendous amount of time with us, and we're looking forward to partnering with them and bringing after-school programs here in the Graham.
Brandy, Michelle, do y'all want to come up here to take a picture?
While they're coming up here, I'll just speak real quick on the drone program. So police and fire, we've been training. We have licensed pilots in both police and fire. So this will do nothing but enhance the program delivery that we can do with drones, and which is super important, as we know, for the work that we do for police and fire. So
Thank you, Chief.
Everybody ready? Folks look pretty.
very good. We're gonna do one more. Don't go anywhere. Yeah, wow, that's a big, beautiful check. Thank you. Thank you.
Wow.
All right, next we're gonna recognize the Graham Fire Department as an Outstanding Volunteer Award from the United Way of Alamance County, and I'm gonna recognize Megan Garner.
Thank you, Mayor. And if I would, the fire department not leave the room yet, if y'all are able to come to the front while we do this recognition. And I will just clarify on the prior matter, we may need to bring, we'll look at the statutes, but we may need to bring action to city council next month to formally accept the donation. So if you see that, just understand that that's a formality that we may be required to do by law, not to be a downer on the donation, but we do have to stay within compliance. So if the fire department, if y'all could, please come to the front. I will say, under the leadership of Chief Cole, within the last year, maybe a little longer, he's started serving on the board, and the Graham Fire Department, along with Burlington Fire Department, was recognized as the recipient of the Alamance County Outstanding Volunteer Award. These folks take time monthly to go help unload a lot of items that used to take a day or more to do. Strong individuals, very efficient at what they do, have really helped cut down the time to do this. It is a tremendous service to our community that they provide in their assistance to the organization, and that the organization provides to citizens within Alamance County who have a need. This was led by Chief Cole in his department. That is absolutely something that they need to be recognized and honored for. And this is just yet one more example of how members of our city, and specifically the Graham Fire Department, go above and beyond in trying to serve members of our community. They are going to submit this award at the state level as well for additional recognition, but truly winning this award at the local level is a tremendous recognition for them. So if City Council would go to the front, we do have a certificate to present to the individuals. Do you want to just stand up here? Okay, here you go. Thank you. So while they're doing this and the mayor is presenting it to the fire department, I do just want to say, on behalf of the city and even the city council, we sincerely appreciate what you're doing and the service this provides, and we applaud you for the time and effort that you put into this. It's certainly something to be recognized, honored, and appreciated. So thank you very much. Thank you, guys.
I will add that the staff report says there's anywhere between 15,000 to 25,000 pounds of food that they move every month. It's not just some groceries. They're moving stuff. Okay. I would like to pause here and just by a show of hands, raise your hand if you're here to talk about the park. Okay. Those are the people in this room. I'm sure there's people in the other room as well. Because we have a great deal of community involvement and participation, I'm going to ask that council let's move up the park conversation to now and let people talk, because they're here to add their voices. And I would like to give them a chance to speak before our discussion, and also mitigate some of the at capacity-ness that we have for fire looking out for us. Do I have a consensus from council to allow us to move up the park conversation and let people speak before our discussion?
Do you mind turning on your mic? I'm
I
sorry.
understand what you're trying to do.
There's a lot of people here and they're waiting to add conversations. I don't know if, Chief, do you know if there's anybody waiting outside on top of just the overflow? Okay. People are here and in the overflow room waiting to weigh into the park. I'm asking council to move the park discussion from number 5 to now, and then letting people talk now, so that we do have a lot of business. Hold on, let me finish talking. Thank you. We do have a lot of stuff to get to, but people are taking a chunk out of their night and they want to talk. And I'm asking that we let them talk. I'm also trying to make Chief Cole's job a little bit easier so that we don't have 30 people in overflow on top of this.
Well, the
Speak into your mic, please, Ricky.
The project is not up for discussion. It's not a public hearing.
Right, I'm asking that we let these people speak before our discussion because they took time to be here and I think they have voices that want to be heard.
Yeah, I agree with Ricky because of what, we were just handed, but there's also, don't we have some business owners that are signed up to speak in the agenda?
In the agenda, we don't have anybody speaking right now. It's all in public comments. And so everybody that wants to speak on the park, they'll either speak before our discussion, where I think it might be a little bit more informative,
So you're
or they'll speak at
You're
public
asking to move
comments.
the public comments up to the beginning is what you're asking to do, right? That's what you're asking?
I don't know if everybody's here to speak on the park, but I'm asking for the people that want to speak on the park to be let to speak on the park.
Given what's on the agenda, we should stick to the agenda.
Hold on. I got it. Thank you.
The number of items on
Okay.
the agenda that involving the city, I think we can take care of that.
Okay. Bonnie, is that your opinion as well
I don't really have any problem with it.
with moving it up?
Nope.
Okay.
No,
No, keep it where it is.
no, I don't have a problem with it.
Okay. So we do have me,
I
Bonnie.
would like to point out that I believe there are some businesses that are here to speak about the alcohol.
Yeah, the alcohol sales and the
And,
dog thing.
You
Yeah.
know, if, I think, in the, I can't think of it right now. What would be preferable is since a lot of you are here to speak on the same thing, if you could designate maybe one or two to speak for you.
Hold on.
Okay. I mean, I'm fine with that. Let's go ahead and,
You want to move it
Take
up?
care of
Okay.
business.
So
I
me
think,
and,
okay, I think what Jim is saying, though, we do have some businesses here to talk about the Arts Around the Square thing, the alcohol sales and the dog-friendly event. And I think we should be respectful of them. They are on the agenda. And let's do that first and then let the public speak.
the businesses have not been recognized. We would have to, as council, allow them to speak.
What do you mean?
Because,
Here,
right, they're here, but I'm saying, right now, if we don't allow anybody to speak, public comments is the only time that people can speak.
I'd like to make a motion that we move the public comments up to right now and let them speak.
Hold on. Do we have a second?
not good.
I'll second it. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed?
Aye.
Aye.
Ricky,
No.
Bonnie.
hold on. We got to figure out where
Want to
Ricky
handle
is.
the Arts Around the Square thing first.
Hold on, I need to know where Ricky was in the vote.
Go ahead and move it up and let's get them out of the way.
Okay. We will do public comments now.
Mayor Dickey, may I just ask a clarification question
Sure.
so that we're all on the same page? Just to confirm, it's everyone under public comment, regardless of what topic will be heard now? Is that, we're not going to go through and parse out what item? We're going to let everyone who's signed up speak now, and then we'll just continue on through the agenda? Is that the motion? Okay.
Was the motion.
I just wanted to make sure of clarification. Thank you.
Can I ask that we move up the park as well after people speak so we can discuss it directly after?
Discussion there. Just a decision that has to be made.
Can we move up the decision that has to be made? Just so, because I think people are going to hang out to see what decision's made.
That's all,
we got-
that's part of the civic
Great.
responsibility.
All right, let's do it. Do I have all the public comment sheets? Do you know? Yes? Okay, awesome. All right, we're opening up public comments. Did we do that correctly, Megan?
Yes.
Great.
The only item I will say is if you are moving the request for qualifications for sesquicentennial, a motion on that would be helpful as well, if that's the desire of the council.
I think that the desire of the council is to insert the public comments and then run the agenda as,
Okay, thank
Okay.
you for that.
yep. Is that correct, council? I spoke correctly?
Yes.
Great. All right. I'm going to call out 3 names, and that just gives the people in the other room, if they're in the other room, to come in here. But the first name is Paul Keller, Crystal Lawson, and Kay McMullen. So if Paul Keller could come forward, state your name and state your address, and thank you for being here.
Hi, thank you for letting me speak. My name is Paul Keller. I'm a retired business owner, former tenant in the Paris building, which is where the Verdict Restaurant is. I was there for approximately 5 years. And I'm also a resident, City of Graham, 410 Stonehenge Drive. I wanted to address the issue of parking. Parking downtown has been an issue for me for the past 10 years. My customers would complain about parking, and on occasion, I even paid for parking tickets because our appointments ran over in time. So my issue with moving the park and taking away 25 parking spaces makes no sense at all. Plus 25 plus parking spaces. I don't know anyone in favor of this position other than a few city council members. I'm extremely disappointed that when the council had an opportunity to listen to a business owner directly affected by this proposed move at the last meeting, he was told he could not speak. You are our city council. We're the reason why you are here. He should have been accommodated. I'd like to also address the settling issues at the park. I feel like we should just reseed the lot, plant flowers, small trees, and consider building another memorial if appropriate in the future and when the funds make sense. Until that, I also propose that we have a referendum on this issue, let the voters speak. At this point, nothing short of a referendum on this topic is acceptable. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. One note that I meant to make, if you could address council as a whole, that would be awesome. Crystal Lawson. Thank you for being here, ma'am. If you could state your name and address.
My name is Crystal Lawson. I live at 2320 Cooper Road in Graham. Good evening, Mayor and council members. I'm a long-term resident of Alamance County and a current small business owner in downtown Graham. I'm here tonight to speak in opposition to the proposal to relocate the downtown park into an existing public parking lot. It is my understanding that this change would eliminate approximately 24 parking spaces. And as we all know, parking downtown is already very limited. Losing 24 additional spaces would significantly impact accessibility for visitors and customers. Downtown businesses rely heavily on convenient parking. When visitors cannot find parking, they are less likely to stop, they're less likely to shop, they're less likely to dine or attend other events. This proposal raises serious concerns about the long-term economic impact on downtown businesses and the overall vitality of our downtown area. I respectfully ask the council to carefully consider any alternatives that support both green spaces and the practical needs of our residents, visitors, and small businesses. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you so much. Thanks for being here.
And Mayor Dickey, if I may add, I believe we only have one individual in the overflow who was signed up to speak, and that was Jennifer Brento, if the last name is, I know on the sign-up sheet.
Okay, when I get there, I'll
Yeah,
I'll notice. Okay, Kay McMullen. Thank you for being here. Can you state your name and your address, please, ma'am?
My name is Kay McMullen. I live at 818 Rivers Edge Drive, Graham. That is out of the city, but I resided 36 years at Eastway Lane in Graham. I voted at every opportunity. So I was not able to vote for the councilman this time or the mayor. But I spoke at the last time you did have a public hearing about the park, and I opposed it, moving it, as I still oppose moving it. But I would like to comment that on the last agenda, the park was a very insignificant item on the agenda. Yet when I read the report from the Alamance News, which I thank Mr. Boney every time for what he gives us. I saw that a 9-page proposal was submitted, and it had some significant gaps in it. I thought there hadn't been any communication about taking 20 parking spots and what that might do to the city. It talked about renaming the park Graham Park. It talked about increasing the size and having community. No, Mr. Hall?
Hold on. Let her finish with her time.
There was some talk about possibility because it would be much larger to have community meetings there. There was hardly any mention of the history and the reason that we have the park there existing right now. So I was very upset and concerned that then the mayor asked that you wait 1 more month so the public could have some opportunity for input. But no, that was not allowed. And I didn't understand why. I thought it was an excellent opportunity for those of us who are very interested in this topic to give you our opinions again. And I do feel that this was not well done. That's my take on it. But I ask you to reconsider. I know you'll say you've already made a decision, you've voted, it's done. But things can be undone. And I hope now you will listen. It was also pointed out at the last meeting, as my understanding, that there were not many people in the community who had much opposition to it because only about 7 or 8 of us spoke. I was one of those who did speak. But I think you can see from the audience that we do have a lot of people who have opinions about this and have deep feelings about it. And I really feel for those who, their parents probably purchased bricks to be in the park, which I did not, but I think it would be the best thing to keep the park where it is. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Kay. Randy Phillips. Thanks for being here. If you could say your name and your address, please.
Randy Phillips, 130 Burton Street, Graham. I have 2 concerns that I want to bring up before this council. My first concern, I just want to express how disappointed I am with this council. It seems to me that the majority of you are trying to finish someone else's agenda and not listening to the citizens you were chosen to represent. 2 of you had stated just a few months ago that you were opposed to moving the Sesquicentennial Park. Now, as a council member, I know that you have to keep an open mind so you can listen to all that is said from both sides and make a decision on what the citizens want and what is best for the city. Every time this issue has come up in the past, the council has stated that there was not enough money to make the needed repairs to the park and it should be moved. Councilmember Hall presented a plan at the last meeting, but there were a few questions that came to me as soon as I saw the drawings. One big issue is that changes will have to be made in the Elm Street side of that parking lot to make it usable and safe. This was not included in Councilmember Hall's presentation. The work on the Elm Street side of the parking lot will have to be done during the construction of the new park. This in turn will increase the cost of moving the park above what Councilmember Hall has stated in his presentation. Now, it seems that there is enough money to make the repairs to the park and not move it. But most of this council still wants to move and spend at least 1/3 more money to have that park moved. Now there seems to be a big rush to get this done. It is starting to seem to me that there's an ulterior motive for moving this park that the council has not been willing to share with the citizens. My second concern that I have is loyalty. Loyalty is an admirable state. I was told by someone during the campaign last year that they were loyal to one of the candidates and that they did everything they could to help that candidate. I admired that. Now, there's a new council seated with 2 new members. I feel that your loyalty as a council has been misdirected. Your loyalty should be with the citizens of Graham that you are here to represent and not just 1 or 2 people. Thank you.
Thank you, Randy. Cheryl Smith. Please state your name and address.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and Council. My name is Cheryl Ann Schmidt. I live at 1981 Riverwalk Drive. I am a newer resident of Graham and don't have the same sentimental attachment to the Sesquicentennial Park as others in this community. But I have enjoyed sitting there eating lunch or reading a book while waiting for a friend. I have a couple of issues with the proposed park plan as presented at last month's council meeting. The idea of a walled, gated, and locked park not on the central square of town holds little, no appeal. But mainly to pass a plan with no funding and no plans for funding is fiscally irresponsible on the part of this council. I hope the council will reconsider its previous decision and use existing funds to remediate the park's issues in its current location.
Thank you, Cheryl. Patsy Bailey Allard.
Thank you.
Thank you. Your name and address, please.
Sure. My name is Patsy Bailey Allard, 6146 Snow Camp Road, Graham. My family has owned over 200 acres of land in this county and been involved in the city for over 200 years, since what number is that? Thank you. Thank you. A very long time. And I want to say that I know that this park has been a burr in your side, so I really appreciate your hearing us out. Here's the situation. It seems like that we've come down to a park in a parking lot versus the park that the people want. So I'd like to address the financial issues involved here. A couple of facts. The park where it is and has been quoted as costing less than moving it. Just that simple. This council does not really know what the actual cost of moving the park is, except there is one thing that has been noted for sure, that it's going to cost more to move it than to repair it. There is money already flagged to repair it. There is not enough money to move it. The people want to repair it and keep it where it is, and frankly, that is pretty simple math. Now, regarding the park and the parking lot, I really seriously want to applaud you for what you've put together. A lot of people talked about it. You put together a really beautiful PowerPoint presentation, and it was lovely. Look, it was lovely. And you had a lot of good ideas. Hey, let's have a farmer's market. Let's have food vendors. Let's have this. And I think that's terrific. You can do that now. You can immediately have a farmer's market in there. You can have food vendors. You can do it now. And the parking spaces that are lost are only temporary. There is absolutely nothing that says you must have a park with people's names on the bricks to hold a farmer's market. And by the way, if I could just add as an aside, there's been many comments here that this is a temporary park or a pop-up park. Our mother was Pat Bailey, and she was the co-chair of the Sesquicentennial that made this park happen. And I assure you, as I breathe, there is nothing temporary about this. It's been in place 25 years, and you don't make temporary when it's bricks and steel. As to the concept sketch, I want to say it was lovely. It really was. But that's just it. It's just a concept sketch. There's no financial analysis. And there's just not the business case that has yet been developed that would make any reasonable person make a reasonable decision to move it. I myself have been a business consultant with companies that include Microsoft, for 35 years, Microsoft, AT&T, Cisco, companies in many countries, including this one. And I can tell you there is no business in the country that would agree to make such a strong financial decision with the minimum case, the concept case that was put forth here. So I'm begging you on behalf of our family, be business savvy. Get some more information before you actually close the door. Consider that you have a bird in the hand. There's $400,000 already designated for this park. What is the use it or lose it window on that money? And I'm just begging you, listen to the people, at least ask for agree to a referendum and get some more facts before you close the door. There are so many people here who believe that this is worthy. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Nadia Pickens.
Hello, my name is Nadia Euless Pickens. I live at 114 Florence Street. I've been a Graham resident for 45 years, born and raised. And recently I became a business owner also here in Graham on West Gilbert Street. My father was former Mayor Euless. I'm here with my mom, Judy Euless, and this is my son, Riker. What? No, I thought you said something, sorry. We have three generations here. So this park is of great importance to us and our family. A lot of residents have spoke out. They voiced their petitions, online posts here tonight, and my family is here as well. We want our park. We want our bricks to stay there. We do not want it parked. We don't want it moved. They weren't bought for temporary reasons. Did you want to say something, Riker?
Yeah. Hey, but just remember, there's one thing. It costs so much, like $400. I mean, It close to $500,000 just to fill that hole that you need to have to before that collapse. Where are we gonna put the park? Where?
That's right.
There's nowhere in town. There's nowhere in town. But it's gonna cost.
Thank you. Thank you. Jane Albright. Your name and your address, please.
Time out. No, just kidding. I'm Jane Albright. My address is 231 South Marshall Street. I was raised there in the shadow of the courthouse. My history with this town, first of all, thank you very much, City Council and Megan and Mayor, for having us all here, for hosting us. My daddy, Jimmy Albright, was a city councilman, and my brother, Jim Albright, was a city councilman. So I know firsthand how much hard work you put in that we don't know about, and I appreciate that. I believe you have integrity. I believe all those things. We voted you in, and I would like to stand behind you. The history of the park that I know about, I was off somewhere coaching some basketball game when they built it, but I've learned a lot about it, and I've been there many times. My parents showed me the bricks. I mean, I know all about it, but it started out as Eve Carmen's dad. It was a gift, and all these people, you know, they just gave. They gave the pergola, they gave the steel, they gave the bricks. They didn't charge, and you know, there was a town, bring it together, let us kind of have a love fest, really, and celebrate. And then they ran into a big hurdle, a wall of fiberglass, I'm told, that they were, stop, can't do this, it's unsafe. And so what did the town do? They raised $50,000. People like Carol Fogelman, Ray's wife, raised the money with bricks, $100 a piece, to just get over that hurdle. And it brought everyone in this town together. And that's what we're speaking from our hearts. There are 3 governors from Alamance County. Their names are on the, you know, Governor Holt, Governor Bob Scott, Governor Kerr Scott. They're there, right? I know the entrance, one of them says the city of Graham and one is Alamance County, a gift to the most beautiful town in the county, and we want it to stay beautiful. I've been told that if you go down the street, Governor Holt is buried in that cemetery. So I think that's true. I've never seen it. I know that y'all are absolutely sick of this issue, and I apologize for myself that this is the first time I've been here to voice my opinion. I think you can tell what it is. Can I say, would you stand up if you want to? Is that legal? Can I say, would y'all rise if you, just don't say anything. We want to be orderly. Rise if you want to keep the park where it is. Jim, my brother, did the survey. I think 400, y'all can sit. Thank you. I think he said there were 433 people that filled it out, and 92% said, please keep the park. So we do care. I'm sorry we didn't, I know some people did express it, but I would get down on my knees and beg if I could. It's very important to keep the beauty there, to keep it's just the connection in a world where people are on social media. We could even put a sign up that say no phones there. I don't know what to do, but we will sit and we will talk. It will be a third place in town, but it will be beautiful, and we need more beauty. And there has been a hurdle, the money I think is there now, but we will come together and do whatever we have to do. If we find fiberglass in that hole, we'll figure it out. We will help you. So my challenge to you is, this has gone on a long time. Be the council that does the right thing and keeps the park. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jane. Eve Isley. Thank you for being here. If I could get your name and address, please.
Almost had to keep standing on that last one because I'm afraid I couldn't get back up in time. Yes, my name is Eve Carmen Isley. I reside in Charlotte at 10613 Flanagan Way. Did I need to say that?
Your
Okay,
address.
good.
Yes, thank you.
So I'm not a current resident of Alamance County or Graham, but I have been. I'm a proud graduate of Graham High School. And I'm married to a good old Graham boy by the name of Johnny Isley, who used to live on West Gilbert Street. I heard that mentioned. He's also known as John Boy of the John Boy and Billy Show. And he said to tell all y'all, duh, he said you'd know what he meant. He also let me borrow his key to the city, just in case I couldn't get in. So I've got that here. He said he did want it back, though. Thank you so much for this opportunity. It's so nice to be back here in Graham. I haven't been here since my folks passed away. My dad, Herb Carmen, who was an architect with Alley Williams Carmen and King, your local architectural and engineering firm. And he and my mom loved this county and the city of Graham. He did gift the plans to the city, along with many others that gave so much to make that park possible. You know, you have a real special thing here. As I drove back into town, approaching that courthouse and that courthouse square, I almost teared up. My husband is retired recently, so heck, we may come back here if you have us. Well, I got the key, so what are you going to do about it? You know? And you have a lot, okay, you've got this beautiful, unique city center with a unique character that includes a unique park that's not like any other. You got a lot of folks that truly care about this unique character, the identity and the legacy of the historical city center. And many of them, and part of it is that many of them had a part in that. With the building of this unique park. My dad, incidentally, was a student of Frank Lloyd Wright, if you know him, was a famous architect. And that influence was a part of many of the designs that he did. And this one was no exception. You know, it's a little different looking, okay? The brick and steel structure both contrast and complements the quaint shops that are around on all the other corners. The park sits in the shadow of the historic courthouse, along with the picturesque city clock that I think is fabulous. that sits as a reminder of the elements of time and space. Also, that clock reminded me today that time can stand still. And I'm going to hit up John Boyd to see if we can help fix that clock so that it doesn't stand still all the time. This has been called a pocket park, and I guess it is. And if so, Graham, you were way ahead of the curve on that. Even on my dad's plan did I bring the plan there? Oh, I didn't. Okay, even on my dad's plan, it says sesquicentennial garden, not a park. But anyway, I understanding the problems that you have, you look like you have a constituency that really wants to find a solution, not pull the park up by the roots and replant it somewhere else. That will not be the same, and we all know that. I thank you so much, and the people you serve here tonight and many others
Thank you,
couldn't
Eve.
be here.
I appreciate your
Thank
time.
you very much.
Thank you.
As my husband will tell you, I am a little long-winded.
Daniel Alvis. Can I get your name and address, please, sir? Your
Jim, I'll break my time to go before me. He's got somewhere else to be. Is
Yeah, I'm okay with that.
that all right? I'll take it. Yeah. Thank you.
Jim, your name and address when you make it up here, please, sir.
Jim Albright, 232 South Marshall Street in Graham, born a square miler and have returned to the square mile to live right across from my sister, Jane. So love being back. Didn't love the last meeting. Didn't love the fact that a item was on the agenda for discussion and it was voted upon, unlike an item that was on today's agenda that was just discussion and was chosen not to be voted on, just to kind of put off. But anyhow, my involvement mainly has been to come up with a survey. I saw the some responses on my sister's Facebook page about people that wanted the park to stay. So I just decided to put this survey together. So each of you should have a survey in front of you that I just kind of have never done anything like this before. It's a Survey Monkey. So I'll just go over some of the results. We did have 433 people respond to the survey. And first question was, are you a resident of Graham? About 60% of Grahamites did respond to that, and then 40% did not. My second question was, if you weren't a Graham resident, what's your connection to Graham? And this is where I kind of got blown away at some of the responses, and I think I copied you all on each of those responses. There were 187 responses. I'm a native of Alamance County, born and raised here, lived in Graham in the past, but have family members who still reside in Graham. I currently live in Southeast Burlington, about a mile from Graham. We frequent Graham, Court Square, and the restaurants and stores there a lot. I absolutely love downtown and Court Square. So just 180 amazing responses that showed me that this is not just a city of Graham issue, but it's a county issue, and actually even beyond for people that have lived here. I asked people if they have wondered how involved they were in local politics. Did you vote in the past municipal election? And most of the people from Graham that responded did vote in the past election, which brought me to question number 4. Do you support moving the park? Yes or no? Out of the 428 responses, there were 392 that did not want to move the park, or about 92%. So 36 people weighed in that they support moving the park. Question number 5, just wondered if you voted for a candidate that supported your stance. And a large majority said yes, that was actually a reason why they voted for people, was based on their question or stance on this particular issue. Question 6, have you seen the proposed park plan that was shown? There were about 57% that had seen that. Will you be attending this city council meeting? And actually had a really good response on that. About 150 people said they'd be here. So there is a pretty good crowd here. I don't know if there's 150, but a pretty good crowd. And then the last question I took off of the Alamance News just Jim Young stated we should explore grant funding, public-private partnerships, or modest budget allocations. Lots of ideas. That's my comment of how to save this park. Most importantly, we should let the public weigh in. And unfortunately, we are given the chance to weigh in after a vote was made. And then he brought up possibly through a voter referendum. So I just threw that question in there. And the vast majority of people did support a voter referendum on this issue, about the same amount that opposed moving the park. So thank you for your time this evening. I yield the floor to the next person.
Thank you, Jim. I appreciate it. Daniel Alves, take two. Name and address, please, sir.
Daniel Alves, 1022 Noah Road, Graham. You know, last we talked about this park with the last council was back in September. And we were all left under the impression we was going to table that thing so we could have discussions. Well, we never got to discuss it at the last meeting. Y'all chose to vote and move this park. That's not what these people are wanting. That's not what people in Graham are wanting. It's very obvious on social media that a small majority says, let's move it, because they really don't have no interest here in Graham. Most people that want to keep this park have a big stake here in Graham. Everybody thinks I'm for not wanting to move because of that parking lot over there. The parking lot don't affect me as much as it affects these other businesses. I got parking across the street for my business. If you go over there anytime during the day, the parking lot's full, and if most of the people are at the Verdict or somewhere on Main Street because there's no other parking. There's no parking, not enough parking on Main Street to support the businesses that are there. So please reconsider your last vote, and let's keep the park where it's at.
Thank you, Daniel. Susan Gross. You're good. Take your time. Name and address, please.
Hi, good evening, council. I'm Susan Gross, 2342 Outwood Drive, Burlington, and my family also owns the 250-acre farm since before 1827. And what I have here has been stated over by many here, but after attending the last council meeting, it was noted that only 8 people showing up here to voice their opinion about the council, you decided to move on. And I thought, that's just not how it's done right now. So I was one of the first people to turn to social media for informal ask of the residents on their opinion about moving the park. And only over 200 people replied under my own post. At that time, Jim turned up with his survey. I did not know Jim before a week ago, but through the survey and through going through Nextdoor, we got all these responses to you of people that really want to keep this park here. There was one other part, I read all the comments, what people had to say, and one point that has not been brought up tonight is that the parking lot serves for people. There's a lot of people that don't like to pull out of the angled parking that you have around the square in the town. They'll use that other parking lot because it's a more comfortable place to park as opposed to regular parking. And one other point I'd like to state is it was brought up at the meeting last month that there was asbestos under there. But I read the toxicology report, and it clearly states after a review of the asbestos results that there's none detected there. Now, there are a few other elements there that are not good, but they're below the industrial level, and that can easily be taken care of. So the survey says keep the park where it is. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Susan. Sam Powell. Your name and address, please, sir. Thank you for being here.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Sam Powell, 1067 East Lake Drive in Burlington. And I brought a picture tonight. And well, let me give my background. I was on the Burlington City Council. Bob Ward was attorney. He can attest that for 12 years. I was a county commissioner from 1998 to 2002. And during that period, we built the park. I was also co-chair of the committee that built the park with Pat Bailey. And if you look at the picture that we have here, I'm here with the shovel. This is Pat Bailey. And so we were doing the groundbreaking. As we talked about, here's Herb Carmen, who was the architect for the project. Mayor Vic Eulis is here, and several others. And I'll just, I'm opposed to moving the park. And the primary reason is you can't just pick that up and move it somewhere else without losing the whole meaning of what the park is about. So if you're gonna move it, if that's what you decide to do, don't worry about paying the cost of moving all that steel and everything, because it's build what you want somewhere else because you want something else. But moving that park doesn't make economic sense. What is that park? That park is an icon for the city of Graham and the county of Alamance. It represents the advancement of the city since 1851 and the county since 1849. And that advancement that has been made over the past 150 years for the citizens. 500 people paid $100 each for those bricks, put their name on them, and in the process, we raised $50,000. Now, most of the park was donated, but the $50,000 was needed because when we went out there, there was a fiberglass covering on the side of the building just to the north of the park. It had separated. The fire department of Graham came out and told us that we could not use that site until that was addressed. So what we ended up doing was putting in a foundation and building a brick wall attached to that building. And that brick plus some other brick cost us $50,000. That's why we needed to raise the money by selling those bricks. I wanted to suggest or tell you also what happened. That parking lot, or that lot there, had been used as a parking lot for several years before we put the Sesquicentennial Park there. It was a graveled lot. I don't know how long it was used, but it was a long time, and it didn't have any problems with sinking in or any other problems. It was a good, solid foundation. And when we built the park, we built that on top of that rock that was there. And we put a 4-inch thick concrete reinforced pad down that the bricks are sitting on top of. So the concrete pad went down, then some sand, and then the bricks were just laid there. They're not cemented in. They can be moved. And the pergola that was put there, that metal structure, we put a water source there so you could water plants, not have to bring water in. It was already there. That pergola was donated by Buckner Steel down 54, and a very nice gift.
Thank you for your time, Sam.
Anyway, thank you very
Appreciate
much.
it. Thank you. William Snyder. Your name and address, please.
My name is William Snyder. I live at 658 James Griffin Drive in Graham. First of all, thank you guys for allowing us to speak. I no longer live in the city of Graham, but I do own a building and operate a business in downtown Graham, right adjacent to the site that you guys are proposing moving the park to. I highly recommend that you guys reconsider moving the park. I think the park where it is makes more financial sense. It also makes more financial sense for the businesses that operate in and around the space that you're trying to move the park to. It was mentioned that the parking lot, that you guys were going to swap spaces for the parking lot where the park's going to go and with the county's lot. That county's lot sits directly behind my office. So I see that parking lot every day. That parking lot is full. Today at lunchtime, I went out at lunchtime because it was nice. Finally got to go outside and enjoy walking around. There was 2 empty spots at lunch, probably where folks that were working downtown were not at work at the moment. So you're not swapping spots. There are no spots available in that lot. My office used to be down 54, and to be honest, I didn't really know how busy the Maple Street quarter was where my office is located. There are certain times where there is no parking available. I'm fortunate enough, I have my own parking lot, so I don't have a parking problem. But I do have a parking problem when there's no additional parking. There are people that think that my parking lot is city parking, and they park there, and I really don't want to tow people, but if I don't have parking for my clients, we'll have to resort to that. But I really come to speak on behalf, because I am fortunate enough to have a parking lot, the businesses that are around me. You guys know, as consumers, when you're going to a business, if you go to, let's say, the coffee shop or whatever the business may be there, if you have to ride around 2 or 3 times and you can't find a parking spot, guess what's going to happen? You're not going to go back because it's not convenient for you. Just face it, we are all short on time, and we have a short patience. That's why everything is bought on Amazon. So you guys have to reconsider and support the downtown businesses in that area. We can't afford to lose the parking lot. Thanks for your time.
Thank you so much. Carol ready? Name and address, please.
I'm Carol Rady. I'm actually a resident of Maryland. I do stay here in town sometimes at 505 Paris Street, which is my mother's house. My grandparents were the Jarretts. They lived on Denny Circle. My grandfather has a brick that we bought for him. He was a builder in town, and he frequented the Rathskeller that was on that site. We have pictures of him with Connor Jones, a local reporter for the Burlington Times News. You know, and it's the brick in that place has significance for him. It has significance for my mother's maternal grandparents. My grandfather, Bink Cook, played bid whist in what's the current Wits. That was the filling station that lots of people like to talk about. And my grandfather played, and that his brick has significance there. His wife, my great grandmother, longtime resident of Word Street, she's also represented on that same brick, and she was not a full-time employee of the Silver Coach, but she frequently filled in for the Davises, who were her neighbors just across Word Street. And that brick in that place has significance for her. Moving it to that alley, that parking lot, has no significance. That's hiding it. And those bricks are not meant to be, a party space or a rental location. They were purchased and intended for the memory of the people whose names are on them, whether they were living at the time or have since died, whether they're still living. Thank you.
Thank you, Carol. Keith Westbrook. Name and address.
604 Trockwalder Court in Graham.
Thank you.
I'm a little upset because at the last meeting, it was like everything was already said, done deal. And you didn't listen to not one person that was out here. And you said 5 or 6 people was the only ones that wanted to stay there. I see more than 5 or 6 people here tonight. And there was more than 5 or 6 people here that expressed their concern. We got a major parking problem in Graham, and you want to take more parking spaces away. That's the first thing. And the second thing is, the people of Graham want the park where it's at. And I expressed that in September. And I feel like it was just like, who are you? Who are you? Nobody cares. Well, somebody's going to care, because there's a whole lot of people want that park to stay where it's at. In my opinion, the park should stay where it's at. Fix it. That's why people love it, is because of where it's at. It's not because it's over in the corner in the parking lot. It's because of where it's at. Thank you.
Thank you, Keith. Janice McSherry. Janice McSherry. We're gonna jump on to Sam Cahoon. Did I say that right? And we'll come back to Janice if she's back there. Thanks for being here, Sam. Name and address, please.
Sam Cahoon, 219 South Melville Street. My name is Sam Cahoon, and I want to thank you, the mayor, city council, and the residents of Graham for the opportunity to speak tonight about Sesquicentennial Park and the original courthouse bell and the memorial elements associated with the site. I want to begin clearly. I understand the council has voted to move the park. My comments tonight are not about relitigating the vote. They are about the legal constraints that still govern what the city can and cannot do with the historical memorial as it moves forward. The issue tonight is the memorial and its setting. The courthouse bell and its plaque are permanent objects of remembrance. They were intentionally placed within Sesquicentennial Park as a civic memorial in public view, adjacent to the courthouse, and in the historic center of Graham. Sesquicentennial Park itself is part of the memorial prominence, honor, and visibility. The civic park setting is what gives the memorial its meaning and dignity. That setting also includes memorial bricks purchased by the residents of Graham, further confirming that the site was intended to be a permanent place of public remembrance. The plaque itself makes the intent unmistakably clear. It reads, "Presented to the citizens of Alamance County in memory of Dr. Clinton S. Krishman, who served as a family physician from 1946 to 1992, bell on permanent loan by the Krishman family of Graham." That language matters. This memorial was explicitly presented to the citizens of Alamance County and intended to remain part of the civic landscape, not stored, obscured, or relocated to a lesser setting. Under North Carolina General Statute 100-2.1, an object of remembrance located on public property may not be permanently removed. Temporary removal is allowed for safety and preservation, but permanent removal is not. Permanent relocation is allowed only if the new location maintains similar prominence, honor, visibility, availability, and public access. This standard matters because prominence is contextual. There is no other location in the jurisdiction that matches the prominence and access of the park adjacent to the courthouse on Main Street in the historic heart of Graham. Relocating the memorial building behind buildings into a parking lot and onto museum ground is not similar prominence. It is a downgrade. In 2020, during the protest, the city asked the Krishman family to remove the bell due to safety concerns. The family agreed and the bell was removed temporarily for preservation and safekeeping. The bell was never returned. Temporary removal for safety does not authorize permanent relocation, elimination of a memorial, or placement in a diminished setting. This is not an abstract concern. Just last year, the North Carolina Court of Appeals ruled that Alamance County could not remove a monument in front of the courthouse because the monument protection law limits government's authority, regardless of personal views, and the legal principle is clear. Local governments do not have unlimited authority to move or remove historical memorials. That same principle applies here. So my request tonight is straightforward. As the city proceeds, please ensure that the courthouse bell, plaque, memorial bricks, and their civic park settings are not permanently removed or unlawfully downgraded, and that any action taken fully complies with North Carolina law. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Sam. Julie Manning.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Julie. I live at 234 Webster Road, Graham, North Carolina. I am here to speak in support of keeping the downtown Graham Park exactly where it is. I want to start by acknowledging something important. I understand that you are being told it may cost more to repair. There was mention that maybe future repairs could happen after the $400,000. These are all hypotheses at this point. to my understanding. I also understand the pressure towns face to attract business and revenue. What I am asking you is to consider tonight something that goes beyond a line item in a budget. This park is not just land, it is use, it is life. It is where people decided to sit with their coffee from press or lunch. It is where people decide to meet neighbors, pause in the middle of a busy day. It adds charm and identity to downtown Graham, something you cannot manufacture or relocate once it is gone. Across North Carolina, it is obvious we are all seeing a troubling pattern in towns like Mebane or Stokes County, many others. Dozens or hundreds of residents will show up, speak clearly and passionately about what they want for their community, and the council will vote the opposite way. Those decisions do not just move projects forward, they erode public trust, and they make headlines. Do I need to ask all of you this sincerely? Would you like the next headline to be about Graham? Do you want Graham to be another example of a town where residents clearly spoke and leadership chose not to listen? I notice a lot of not eye contact, by the way. Because right now the public will is clear. People want the park to stay, not moved, not replaced, not reimagined elsewhere. Here in the heart of downtown where it already serves its purpose. Tonight, you have the opportunity to show that Graham is different, that this council truly represents the people who live here, not just projections, developers, or short-term gains. Please listen to your residents. Please keep the park where it is. And please choose to be remembered as a council that protected the heart of Graham, not one that sold it. Thank you.
Thank you, Julie. Chief, did we have a Janice in the other room or okay, great. Okay, great. Jill Bullis. Two more pages. Hi, Jill. Name and address, please, ma'am.
My name is Jill Porter Bullis. This is my second time, 500 Wildwood Lane since 1998. And born and raised since 1965 on what used to be Hanford Brickyard Road, which is now Hanford Road. I've lived in Alamance County my whole life. This is my second time addressing the council. Thank you for letting me speak again. I'm, as I was last time, in opposition of moving the park. I sat on my couch during the last meeting, appalled at the lack of what I consider disrespect to our new mayor and her pleading with the council to allow continued public input on this matter. And then a motion was made, it was seconded, and the vote was done. My biggest concern is if you don't amend the vote, that my request, as I spoke last fall, is honored, that my family's bricks get returned to my family. I do not want them moved, nor does anyone else in my family. So if there's a brick with bullets on it, we want our bricks back if you don't amend your vote. And I would also like to play a little bit off of the last comment about the lack of eye contact. You are elected officials. You're not the citizens out here. But when you sit out here and you watch eye rolling, when you watch people that look to be asleep or nodding, it is troubling and disappointing to me. So my challenge to the council throughout the remaining of your term is to be attentive to the citizens of the city of Graham and respect each of their points, whether you agree with it or not. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Jill. Eric Chrisman. Eric Chrisman. Name and address, please, sir.
My name is Eric Chrisman. I live at 208 Albright Avenue in Graham. I just want to make a quick comment on the January meeting and the decision to move the Sesquicentennial Park. To the viewing public and the reading of the minutes, this appeared to be a well-coordinated operation to achieve your goal of vacating the current location. The council noted several times that only 8 citizens spoke up at the last public meeting to discuss the park, and only 1 person was in favor of moving the park. That seems like 88% of the participants were not in favor. But the members of the council may or may not be acolytes to another party that may or may not have an interest in a vacant lot on Court Square. I can understand your decision to go against the will of the people that spoke in favor of leaving the park in its current position. I dare say that more than 88% of the persons here tonight are not in favor of moving that park. So the park is moved against the will of the citizenry. The vacant lot, according to members of the council, will be declared surplus property and sold. So Court Square will have another vacant space. One of the largest buildings on the square is the Knicks building. It has been vacant for what, more than 60 years, I guess? If commercial space in Graham is that scarce that the city deems this surplus property on the Court Square, there's just no logic there to that. We already have a hole in the ground about a half a block south of the Court Square. Another hole in the ground on Court Square, I guess, would seem appropriate. I imagine that the property is, if it's vacant and it's a hazard with possible contaminated material, the city would have to erect a fence around the space. So we'd have an overgrown, fenced-in, vacant lot. It's certainly an attractive alternative to fixing the existing park. I was impressed with the Mayor Pro Tem's presentation and amazed at the fact that no one in the council had seen that meeting before the meeting, or so you stated in your remarks. It appeared to some in attendance that the Mayor Pro Tem was reading the description of the proposal for the first time. Maybe I'm just naive, but if the city is going to spend more than $500,000, the city manager and the council would hire a professional designer to utilize the space. And maybe I'm also naive to believe that the council would jump to such a drastic step to move the park without more public interest. I know the council was pointed out about kicking the can down the road, but why not present the proposal to the city and let them decide? In the past, a plan was presented to alter the downtown appearance, and some merchants revolted, and you can still see signs in shop windows that say, "Leave Graham the way it is." If you are confident that 1 person's voice and the 8 persons that attended the open meeting was the will of the residents, you should have no problem in having another discussion. Now, it's not like this is a novel idea for the council. At the very same meeting, the voting for nominations for the Historic Resources Commission, there were 4 applicants that requested an appointment for the 2 positions. However, from the minutes you approved, and I quote, Councilmember Young stated the city clerk had several people who wanted to apply, but missed the deadline. And he also knew of people who wanted to apply. He asked that the appointment be tabled for a month and re-advertised. Mayor Dickey stated that she would like to proceed with replacing those 2 seats, giving many more opportunities for people to join in the spring. A motion by Councilmember Young to table reappointments to the Historic Resources Commission and re-advertise on social media for more applicants, seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Hall. The motion passed 4-1. Mayor Dickey voted no. So we play by the rules when it's convenient and not have another public hearing on the park, yet postpone appointments when the person that missed the deadline to apply and other people we know wanted to apply. And I can guarantee you that the persons nominated that committee will not be.
Thank you, Eric.
those
I
that apply.
appreciate your time. Thank you. Beth, I apologize. I'm having a really hard time reading your last name, but if there was a Beth that's, come on up. What's your last name? I'm so sorry about that.
Daddy's pictures on the wall in the soda shop, so we've been.
I love it. Your name and your address, please, ma'am.
My name is Beth Belcher. I live at 2152 Lake Point Drive. I was born in Graham. I was educated in Graham. I moved away as my friend Jane did, but I'm back. And I'm very disappointed that something that means so much to my family. My family's working class. My great uncle was the jailer in the old jail. My cousin William was the police chief. My Uncle Vance started the rescue unit. My dad is 92. He's very upset that the park is being considered to be moved because Daddy grew up here, Elm Street, his whole life. And he said, you can always find some contention in Graham, but when that park was presented, people came together. They got their pennies, they made contributions. That was a unity moment for Graham. And we want you to keep it that way. Thank you.
Thank you. Ronnie Isley. Thank you for being here. Your name and address, please.
Ronnie Osley, 510 Mendel Terrace, lifelong resident of Graham, 65 years. I am a square miler. I appreciate the council here, Madam Mayor. Something has to be done. We realize that with the park. But what happened last month, I'm truly ashamed of some of you that I voted for in this recent election. It said one thing and did another. Madam Mayor, I owe you an apology. I did not vote for you, but you stood up for what you thought was right and what to do. You got outvoted. So we got to do something. Let's do this. Why can't we get an engineer? I dare say someone in Alamance County engineer will probably volunteer their time pro bono. I don't know. But and see what can be done. It's got to be fixed. Let's take it apart, fix it with the money we got. If we need to raise some money, let's sell some more bricks. I mean, I'll be more willing to do that. And honor my dad. He was a lifelong resident. Taught me to be proud of this city. I call it my little Mayberry. And y'all are way too young to remember, but my dad, Richard Isley, longtime police officer here in Graham, love this place. I'd like to thank Mr. Boney here for being here and letting us know that when we can't be here. I work a lot of time Wednesday night, Tuesday nights, but he puts the paper out and we read it diligently. And without that, a lot of times I wouldn't know what's going on. So I appreciate him. But I do wish you would reconsider your vote. It can be done. It can be undone. Many times what's right is hard. And this may be the right thing to do. I believe it is. To leave it where it's at. Let's fix it. Let's get on with Graham. And I know it's been a burden on your side, but again, we voted you in to do a job, and we appreciate what you do. But I do wish we could reconsider and leave it where it's at. And I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you. Todd Pickard.
Todd Pickard, 200 Wilson Street, Grant. I've listened to a lot of comments and a lot of things everybody said tonight. And one of the things that stuck out through everything everybody said is history. History is something that's very important to all of us. And the history of that park is quite interesting. I've learned things that I didn't know. I've learned things that I did know. And I asked a good friend of mine, Miss Kay McDarries, who was involved in the building of the park and everything. I said, why was the park originally put there other than memory? She said it was a place for people to sit and relax and rest while they were walking through downtown. Well, according to your proposal, you're moving the park to a place that's not convenient to people who are walking downtown Grant. You are moving history. I've worked in the customer service industry for about 40 years now, and I've learned to read my audience. I've learned to read my customers, and I've learned to do things that they want done. And all I've noticed here tonight is that I've seen a lot of you council members up here paying good attention, listening to every word everybody has said. Others, not so much. And it's kind of a disappointment. I believe the comment was even made at the beginning of this that we needed to get these people out of the way. I'm sorry that your citizens are in your way. But one thing I'd like to say, out of sight, out of mind. So let's move that park out of sight so it's out of everybody's mind. I mean, this has been a beautiful thing that we have here in Graham. And now all of a sudden, you know, we want to move it to a parking lot where no one who, other than the people who intend to go there, will ever see that park. What representation of history is that? The representation that history can be moved if we want it to be? Things can be changed in history? No, we are to learn from history. We are to learn and move forward as a community. And I do not see a community up here. I see people who have decided that they want to do something. They, for whatever reason, they think it's in the best interest. But I don't think they're listening to their community. All I would ask is that, again, we stop and we think about what's going on, what the people want, not what a few want. And let's preserve history. Let's make Graham that small town that everybody loves. All these people that have come in here tonight have agreed on that they love Graham and they would love to see Graham flourish. Then things like this does not make Graham flourish. I thank you for your time. I would also like to mention one thing about Arts Around the Square. I know you haven't got into that yet. Kind of an ancillary thing on that. If we want Arts Around the Square to be a success, we have got to bring the children back. We have to have children performing. You have children performing, you have parents, you have grandparents, you have aunts, uncles, neighbors, all that will come up here and attend. And that will bring more notoriety to the city of Graham and will be another bright spot in our town. I would like to thank you all for the attention to this matter. And I would really like to see some of you City Hall members let us all know that you do care and that we are not in your way.
Thank you, Todd. Renee Russell. Name and address, please, ma'am.
My name is Renee Russell. I live at 218 Ward Street in Graham. I also own 64 Harvard, a business downtown on West Hardin Street. So I also want to keep the park as.
Can you speak in your mic?
Yes.
Thank you.
So one of the things I've heard a lot tonight is about Graham coming together. And it reminds me of this story that Mayor Peterman told me when I sat on the Appearance Commission and talked about how, just telling me about Pumpkin Hill, where all the town came together and they all brought paint and they mixed it together and it made this ugly orange color, and everyone painted their house the same like orange color. And hearing about the Sesquicentennial Park kind of feels like that as well, that it's the community coming together and just building this great thing. And that feels like really what Graham does. I know Bonnie had brought up, I think months ago, that if we cared about the park and we want it fixed, maybe we could raise money. We didn't raise money to do it, so maybe we could now. So if that is something that, if it's just so much, like, let us raise the money to fix it. Maybe the Appearance Commission. We sat on the Appearance Commission and they're always looking for projects, and that could be something that they take on. A way to keep the park the way it is, where it is, but, fix it and that kind of thing. I also just want to make a comment on how we communicate with each other on social media. I can say that watching some of the council members communicate with citizens and argue and fight is really, I don't really know what the word is, but it's embarrassing. It's just, it feels childish. And I just want everyone up there to know that we read those things. And I am significantly like, you guys are too old to be acting like this online. And that is the end of my comment. So thank you.
Thank you, Renee. Joseph Bullis. Name and address.
My name's Joseph Alexander Bullis. I live at 2068 Cooper Road. The first thing I wanted to say was that I am in law school, and the first job I got in my first year of law school was at the courthouse with Meredith Edwards and Christy Culler. And they said, we've got the perfect office for you. And they took me up to the 3rd floor and they put me in an office all by myself that looked over facing north with a great view of the park and of Graham Cinema and Graham Furniture. And as I sat there throughout the whole summer and for 8 hours a day, I got to see, as someone before me mentioned, this little Mayberry. I mean, I grew up, my dad watched Andy every day after work, and I thought that's the perfect town to grow up in. And I thought this is my Mayberry. And I watched people walk into the park and eat their lunch, or I would watch Graham workers go and plant flowers, and I would even watch people go up and help the workers plant the flowers. And it was the one area of Graham that didn't feel commercialized and hustle and bustle, and it wasn't about making money. It was just a public space where people got to go and enjoy. And I think that that's what so many towns lack. I lived in Charlotte for 4 years, and there wasn't a park that you could just go and sit and eat your lunch in Charlotte, in downtown in Mecklenburg County. I mean, that just didn't exist. And that's what makes Graham such a beautiful place. Now, outside of the beauty of the park, I think the next issue that I have is procedurally, this has just felt like a slap in the face to the citizens of Graham. If the park needs to be moved, then I think that is something that's on the table, perhaps. But I think that there are council members who could approach this in a more meaningful way and hear out what the citizens of Graham want said, hear out maybe other ways instead of just rushing it along. I think that you're voted for by the people and you represent the people. I mean, that's the core foundation of this country, is that you represent, when you're in office, the people that voted you into that office. It's not, yes, you do what is best for the town, but what is best for the town may be what's best for the citizens. And a public space is something that's owned by the citizens of that town. And just moving it, as many people before me have said, it wasn't put there. That's 90% of the importance, is the location that it's at, so that it's viewable by not just the people who actually have bricks there, but by people who are coming from other states, other countries. They may say, wow, that's a beautiful park that is memorializing the people that live in the city. And so just moving it defeats the purpose of why it was actually built. You know, yes, it was built for the county. Yes, it was built not per se in technical memorial of someone, but it was funded by the people in this city. And so I do believe that if you're going to move it, just don't even worry about moving it. Just take the time and the money to figure out where everybody has relatives that live and just ship them the bricks and forget about it. And that can be your legacy as council members. And that's fine with me. I mean, that's okay. But if that's what it is about, if it's not a memorial, then just give us the bricks back and I'll put them in front of my house. My grandfather bought me bricks, and so I'll just put them outside of my house. I don't want them behind somewhere else. That's not the point. Well, thank you.
Thank you, Joseph. Jennifer Brito.
I believe she was the one in the overflow. Okay, she's in there too.
Oh, okay. Name and address, please.
Let me move this. I'm a little short. Good evening, Mayor, Council. My name is Jennifer Brito, and I live in 605 North Main Street. And I want to first of all say I'm so honored to be in this room with all of you. It's been extremely moving. I think that we are surrounded by now by the greatest of all times, the GOATs, OGs, the living legends. And not even one of these legends want to move this park. Let that sink in. So I wrote this because I don't want to ramble, right? So I want to thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. I am here today, as you know, to speak about the decision to relocate the Sesquicentennial Park, which, by the way, took me forever to be able to say it. This park was created through private community donations to commemorate the 150th anniversary of Alamance County. It was not city funded. The engraved bricks and elements of the park reflect families, moments, and shared history connected to Alamance County, with Graham serving as the county seat where that history is marked. The community has stated repeatedly its desire to maintain its park in its current location. Its location beside the courthouse matters to the community. It's a place where people naturally gather, reflect, and take in the resilience of the town over time. I also want to highlight that some council members ran for office on the promise to fight to preserve this park and maintain its location. You know who you are. Yet they later voted against it. The current plan is to move it rather than repair it, even though repairing it is less expensive. Declaring this land excess as selling it raises reasonable questions about how community-driven spaces are protected and honored when they're built with resident contributions. When a resident-funded memorial space is removed instead of repaired, especially against clear public preference and no financial justification, it raises reasonable questions about priorities, motives, and abuse of power. These kinds of actions erode trust in our government. I understand. A vote has already been taken. At the same time, in local government, council decisions are not inherently permanent and can be revised before final action is taken. I am asking you tonight that this issue be reopened and placed back on the future agenda so the opinion to repair and keep the park in its current location can be fully reconsidered. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, that's all of my list, but I've got two that were emailed in. If you'll bear with me, I will read on their behalf. Dear Graham City Council members, my name is Leah Cutlip. I'm a 26-year resident of Graham who is legally disabled. After reviewing the new park proposal, I feel compelled to share the perspective of a resident with disabilities. My family and I regularly patronize downtown Graham businesses, often on a weekly basis. However, finding nearby accessible parking has become increasingly difficult. Physical disabilities already make dining, shopping, and fully enjoying downtown more challenging, and limited parking further compounds these barriers. When parking near the square is unavailable, we often rely on the lot beside the Graham Historical Museum. As Graham continues to experience rapid residential growth, downtown traffic and parking challenges will only intensify. I have also observed an increase in vehicle and pedestrian traffic incidents, raising additional safety concerns. For these reasons, I do not support the proposed new park project. Specifically, I strongly oppose relocating Sesquicentennial Park and believe this cherished green space should remain in its current location, preserving the charm and character of downtown Graham. I feel it would be more beneficial to allocate funds towards repairing and improving the existing park while pursuing grant opportunities to help offset those costs. Additionally, I am opposed to the proposed removal of the public parking lot at the relocation site. Eliminating these spaces would create further barriers for individuals with disabilities and mobility impairments who wish to access downtown businesses. While able-bodied individuals may find it reasonable to park further away, walking additional blocks is often an unreasonable and sometimes impossible burden for those who have mobility challenges. Reducing close, accessible public parking would significantly limit downtown accessibility and negatively impact the ability of individuals with disabilities to support and enjoy local business. If I am forced to rely on distant satellite parking, I will have no choice but to severely limit my visits downtown and only come when parking close to the square or specific business is available. Finally, the proposal to move the park, sell the property via auction, and shift responsibility elsewhere feels concerning. It places Graham at risk of a long-term construction eyesore and continued disruption of pedestrian and vehicle traffic. While the new park is presented as a potential revenue-generating opportunity, many logistical and policy details regarding its management and maintenance remain unclear and could introduce additional challenges. I respectfully ask the council to consider these concerns carefully and to evaluate the proposed project through the lens of accessibility and inclusivity for all residents. Thank you for your time and consideration. Okay. Thanks for bearing with me. Okay. Hello, due to my commute from work, I will not be able to attend the city council meeting tonight. My name is Rachel Foster and I am a resident of Graham residing at North Maple Street. I reviewed the meeting minutes from the January 2026 city council meeting. I am so happy to hear that the city of Graham will finally be moving toward a plan for Sesquicentennial Park. The area has been taped and fenced off and overgrown, not contributing to the aesthetic of downtown Graham, and it has been that way for far too long. I love the new plans to relocate Sesquicentennial Park. The proposed new park will be much larger, which offers the opportunity for more people to enjoy the park, as well as provide a space for the variety of community events. The current location of the park is small and very close to the street, so this significantly restricts its due to size, noise, and safety concerns. I love the new park location. I love that the new park location will incorporate the arbor, memorial bricks, benches, and metal medallions from the original park. This pays homage to Graham's history and the residents who funded and worked hard to establish the original park. Our town is growing, and it's important to us to grow with it and provide the space that is growing to our growing number of residents and visitors can enjoy, while also respecting and preserving Graham's history, small town feel, long-town residents. I feel the most recently proposed plan for the new Sesquicentennial Park marries both the growth and preservation perfectly. I understand the funding for the relocating and constructing the park hasn't been fully worked out yet. If the areas of the current park location is sold, I think it's important that the future development is required to adhere to the historical architectural standards in order to respect and preserve downtown Graham's history and aesthetics. From my understanding, the $500,000 of funds originally delegated for the crosswalk stamping has been re-delegated to the new park. I also understand that the previously unencumbered amount of $84,000 will now go to the rapid flasher beacons at the 4 crosswalks downtown. I agree that the flashing beacons are more likely to increase pedestrian safety downtown. I don't see how the stamped crosswalks will contribute to pedestrian safety. The flashers are visible and more likely to catch the driver's attention before they reach the crosswalk. I can speak from personal experience when I'm rarely yielded to when walking through the crosswalks downtown. There have been many times when I would have been hit if I had taken my right-of-way as a pedestrian for granted and trusted that the vehicles would stop if I stepped into the crosswalk. I've also witnessed this with countless others downtown as well. One thing I would like to suggest that could both increase pedestrian safety as well as potentially provide funds to the city to cover the remaining costs of the flashing beacons, as well as contribute to the relocation of the park, is to have law enforcement start issuing citations for not yielding to pedestrians. This may be something that's already being done, but I haven't witnessed this and I haven't heard anyone mention it, and this is a common practice in Graham. We already have funds allocated to law enforcement, so having them protect pedestrians in Graham is good stewardship of the funds, and I don't believe the city would incur any additional cost by doing this. If people begin receiving tickets, it would not take long for word to spread that Graham is serious about pedestrian safety, and drivers coming through will be more cautious and aware. In addition, the revenue generated from the citations could then be used for city improvements projects such as the flashing beacons and the new park. I would also like to suggest that the crosswalk signal be installed at the intersection of Hardin Street and Maple Street. This is a very busy intersection with both traffic and pedestrian, and there's no crosswalk signal here. There is a crosswalk signal located at the other intersection located near downtown, and I believe this intersection would benefit for one. And to hear my thoughts and concerns, I look forward to what the future holds for Graham. Thank you for the work you do. And that ends public comments. Thank you guys for bearing with us. Thank you for sharing your thoughts and opinions. We're the reason you're here. Okay. That's public comments. Yes.
Take like 5 minutes.
Y'all good with taking 5?
If you want to continue, I just need to go to the bathroom.
Okay, we'll take 2 minutes. Get up, stretch your legs. Jim's gonna run.
You gotta have a formal vote. You gotta have a formal vote.
I will take a
Madam Mayor.
Don't worry about it.
And that we take 5 minutes.
I second your motion.
I got the part. Yeah, I didn't think they had that. No, yeah. Yeah, I got this one. Hey.
Glendale Vickery's my grandfather, Glendale. He's out, well.
It's, we're out, really has to be. There's no time. So I was told them by this. And that's my original thing. Said you would do it, the money. Big stuff. And I think they've been open for this. So they didn't have it been spent and there is an extension. That's what the, and that's what. Like same thing. And now all of a sudden it came.
No, it was. I'm obsessed between. There's that hungry and shit, my family here. This is. No, but.
They kept saying that. Yeah.
You know that there was no ever. You have a great evening. Take care. Yeah, well, they check.
David has office work.
It was completely. And if it sinks again.
I got, I've been seeing you return. With the ice and the snow and you didn't need to go. You seem to be in.
take care of it. If he takes, he takes care of it. You know, that, well, they fall. Still living.
Okay,
And she wants that.
I do what she lets me.
Yeah.
Hey, guys, this is like a 1-minute warning. We're gonna get sitting back down here in a minute. Yeah, I gave it to him. It's 100.2-1, this one right here. Hold on, hey. Oh, you said right. Are you?
I'm not staying. So I'm not staying.
All right, friends, are we ready?
No.
Council, you ready to jump back in?
But we'll have to
All
start
right.
that place somewhere else. Give him a chance.
Thank you all for bearing with us. At this time, we're jumping back into the agenda. And we're going to present a proclamation. If we can have, Brian Fawcett come forward. Not yet? Yes. Okay. Guys, this is a lot of me reading off pages today. All right. So today we are celebrating and proclaiming the 20th year anniversary of the Haw River Trail. So this proclamation says, Graham City Council proclamation celebrating the 20th anniversary of the Haw River Trail. Whereas the Haw River State Trail is one of North Carolina's most treasured natural resources, following 80 miles of the Haw River State Park on the Rockingham County, Guilford County line to the Jordan Lake Recreation Area in Chatham County, supporting diverse wildlife, rich cultural history, and recreational opportunities for residents and visitors alike. And whereas in 2006, local governments, conservation organizations, state agencies, and community partners joined together to establish the Haw River Trail Partnership, envisioning a paddle and land trail that would protect the river corridor while expanding public access and outdoor recreation. And whereas the creation of the Haw River Trail was closely linked to the development of the Mountains to Sea Trail, establishing the Haw River Trail as an official segment of the North Carolina statewide flagship trail and strengthening its role in connecting communities, parks, and public lands. And whereas the Haw River Trail has grown over 20 years into a regional asset spanning Alamance, Guilford, Rockingham, Orange, and Chatham counties, connecting communities through hiking, paddling, fishing, viewing, and environmental education. And whereas the Haw River Trail has served as a model of cooperation, conservation with local governments, landowners, volunteers, and nonprofit partners working collaboratively to protect land, enhance water quality, and create meaningful outdoor experiences for people of all ages. And whereas the development of the Haw River Trail has contributed significantly to economic vitality across the region by attracting tourism, supporting local businesses, and strengthening the quality of life for residents. And whereas the trail's success has been made possible through the dedication of countless volunteers, partner agency, conservation advocates, and community members who have invested time, resource, and passion into protecting and activating this natural corridor. And whereas in 2023, the North Carolina General Assembly authorized the Haw Rivers Trail addition to the state trail system. And whereas the year 2026 marks the 20th anniversary of the Haw River Trail Partnership, a milestone that celebrates 2 decades of progress, partnership, and shared commitment to conservation, recreation, and community connection. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed on this 10th day of February, 2026, we, the Graham City Council, do hereby proclaim 2026 as the 20th anniversary of the Haw River Trail in North Carolina and encourage all residents to explore, enjoy, and support the continued stewardship of this extraordinary natural, historic, and recreational resource. I did the living. Yeah. Okay, moving on. Next is our consent agenda. And I would like to pull item B. Is there any other items that people would like to pull?
Oh, pull item C from the consent agenda.
Okay, B and C. So the 2 items left on the agenda are to approve the January 13th, 2026 City Council and closed session meeting minutes and the January 20th, 2026 special budget planning session meeting minutes, and to approve the mid-year report and tax releases in the amount of $282.79. I need a motion to pass those 2 items on the consent agenda.
So what are we approving?
A and D were not pulled.
I'll make a motion, we approve A and D. Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Passed unanimously. All right. For item B, is Yolima here for the Esperanza? I was interested in pulling item B because in Jolima's request, in previous years, the annual Esperanza Hispanic Heritage Festival has occupied that space in the parking lot. And in September, we will either have a park or a parking lot, and I didn't know if they needed that additional space still. And so I would like to pass this B with the option of them occupying the same footprint as they did last year. That's why I pulled it. Megan I was interested in hearing from her if she was here, but do you know if?
We can certainly make contact with her. With the event being later in the year, City Council may want to consider pushing this to March, at which point in time we can reach out to her to try to get an answer on what impact that may have on their plans.
That would be wonderful.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you. Bobby, you want to take C? You're talking to your mic.
I would like to remove the $1,500 being earmarked for the governing body from the budget amendment.
Okay. Can you say more about that?
All right. Megan, would you provide background on each of the line items on the budget amendment?
Sure. I'll start at the top, and I will just mention that they're listed in here sequentially by the number assigned to that department. Governing body is 4,100, which is why it is first. The mayor has requested to attend the NC Main Street Conference in New Bern with an estimated expense of $1,500 to include registration, hotel, mileage, and potential per diem. Information technology In prior fiscal years, all salary-related expenses were split between Fund 10, which is general fund, and Fund 31, which is utilities. And the current fiscal year, we removed the 50-50 split from 31, but did not allocate enough in Fund 10 to cover the salaries and some of the benefit items within that. Finance, 4,400, extensive internal audit work performed for fiscal year 24 by 2 different outside auditing firms was paid a lot from the current fiscal year. As such, the 2024 audit was delayed in the submission. They also had sales tax work that the outside auditors were working on. In addition, the sales tax work they did resulted in receiving 100% of our sales tax reimbursement that we were owed, which I think was in the $200,000 range, which was significant for us. So that was certainly money well spent. But we do have audit work for 2025 that we're paying. So essentially, we're double paying out of the current fiscal year, and the funds allocated are not enough, will not be enough by the time all the contracts are completed by the end of this fiscal year. In the police department, there are or were 4 retirements that were not budgeted for payouts in this fiscal year. The chief, the assistant chief, and then there was one who already retired and a 4th one coming within this fiscal year that before June 30 will overdraw salary and related items within the department. And then in non-departmental, which is 6,600 in both funds, so in Fund 10 and Fund 31, general fund and utilities respectively, our bonds and insurance ratings, our premiums for those were fairly high compared to prior year. That is, insurance for workers' compensation, property and liability were the 2 main ones in this fiscal year that exceeded the original budget estimates. Those, as you can imagine, are based on claim data for the last 3 years, which obviously the claim data drives the cost in our premiums for every year. So they have that 3-year look-back period. So that is a summary of all of those. I will point out that it does not increase the fund balance appropriation. We do have sales tax revenue received, and assuming the trend continues, which we have no reason to believe that even if we had a small decline, we would have enough received in sales tax revenue to cover that. So there would not be any additional fund balance appropriation required to cover what's before you tonight. Any additional questions? I'll be glad to answer those for you.
Thank you, Megan. Do you have any other questions?
Nope.
Okay. Do I have a motion to pass C?
I make a motion that we approve the budget amendment for information technology, $19,000, finance, $65,000, police, $85,000, and general fund non-departmental, $60,000, and utilities fund non-departmental, $60,000.
I will make that clarification that you're leaving out the 1,500
Yes.
for me to attend a conference to further our downtown.
Yes.
Okay. Hold on, guys. I got this. Do we have a second to Bobby's? Okay. That
I'll
motion,
second this motion.
all in favor?
Aye.
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 All opposed?
Aye.
It passes 2-3. Okay, on to new business. I'm gonna recognize Aaron Holland for the acceptance of public streets and right-of-way. Please, sir.
Thank you, Mayor. What you have before you tonight is a resolution authorizing the adoption and maintenance of the portions of Wildwood Lane, Langlis Drive, and Jerry Court located within Section 1 of the Valeria subdivision. Development in Section 1 of the Valeria subdivision has been completed, and the streets have been offered to the City of Graham for adoption. These streets have been inspected by Public Works, the city's engineer, and the planning department for compliance with the proposed development pattern permitted under their approved construction drawings. All public infrastructure in these phases have been deemed complete and meets the standards for acceptance. The staff does recommend approval.
Great. And I will clarify that these are only 0.27 miles of road that we're accepting tonight.
Correct. This is just the first section.
Great. Do I have a motion?
Make a motion that we approve the acceptance of these streets.
All in favor? Or second? Sorry.
Aye.
All in favor?
Aye.
It's unanimously. Thank you. All right. Brian Fawcett, can I have you up here again, please, sir, for discussion options, alcohol sales, arts around the square?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
So proposal in front of council is very similar to what last year's event experienced. There's been a request from local businesses to have alcohol vendors on the event site for Arts Around the Square. You have a map in front of you. The event site's changing a little bit this year. And so we've kind of allocated, I guess, if you will, the streets that will allow alcohol to be sold. Again, pretty straightforward. I know there's some new council members, but very similar to what the experience was last year. Vetted it with the police department and downtown businesses, and it fits within our scope of the event.
Brian, on the map, it's everywhere except for the kids zone. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And are our local businesses able to sell at that event, or is it just the vendors right now?
Just vendors. You
Okay.
have to have a vendor fee submitted, reviewed by the PD, and we allocate space in the event space.
Right now, we've got about 8 or 9 alcohol selling businesses downtown that I would love for them to also be able to benefit. If we're bringing in outside vendors, let's go ahead and give that revenue to our businesses as well. Is there a possibility that we can have a temporary social district for this event so that you guys can, so we can have our local businesses also sell alcohol?
I thought last year we had our local businesses selling the alcohol out there. I know Forgotten Road Ales was out there.
Forgotten Road Ales was out there. It's my understanding that they have
And
to
they're
have
the
a,
ones that fought for it.
right. They have to have a special permit. So Hi-Fi right now you couldn't buy a beer in Hi-Fi and walk out to the festival.
Okay, my understanding,
As it
after
should be.
Yeah.
we discussed this, but after talking to a couple of businesses, one of which was going to be here to speak, but because of the way things went on, they didn't want to wait. But most of the brick and mortar people that I talk to are not in favor of that because they don't have control over someone coming into their business and purchasing beer and then leaving. And that would be a liability as far as they're concerned, and they don't want it.
Okay. Did you survey all the 9 businesses?
I surveyed the popular ones.
How many businesses did you talk to?
That would be 3.
Okay.
And now, I think 1 or 2 were here to speak tonight and we lost them.
Yeah,
Okay.
they left.
I was just gonna say, Crystal, do you mind coming up and just speaking next to Brian for a minute?
I guess I'm not a popular
Well-
because you surely had, but
Hold on, speak into the mic.
that's very rude of you.
I didn't mean to imply that. I'm sorry.
Well, you did. It's very rude.
Say,
Thank you.
your name and your business that you own.
I own Lawson Power K downtown. I did not come prepared to speak about this. I apologize. I would need more information. I think if we bring in alcohol vendors, you are taken away from the brick and mortars. So I do agree with some of what Bonnie is saying. A designated beer garden would be, I think, nice if you want to keep it away from children, obviously, would be something that we could discuss, a designated area if people walked out. But I agree with businesses selling it that already sell it and not bringing in outside vendors.
Thank you. Thanks for being brought up impromptu. I appreciate it.
Madam Mayor, may I address that point, Brian?
Yeah.
So last year's, I guess approval from council was 4 vendors. And don't put me on the record, but the 2 that we had 2, and they were both downtown businesses. And I think the other 2 were regional in scope, and to be able to serve in that space, you have to have different licenses and that sort of thing. So we attempted to have local businesses as our vendors. Just wanted to clarify that point.
Sure. I just want to, like, if Forgotten Rodales is able to benefit off that, I would love for all of our local businesses to also have that equal opportunity, and we could do that through a temporary social district for this event.
But Forgotten Rodales did the paperwork to get that
Yes, sir.
special license.
Yes, sir.
Those
So
are
any-
also cost prohibitive.
Well, for local businesses that sell alcohol, if you want to participate, then go through the process that is in place, because by allowing folks to go into established businesses and then walk out with alcohol, you're now transferring the liability to the city.
If-
Versus those 4 vendors who were there last year. They went through the process to be licensed. Those 4 vendors went through the process to be licensed to sell alcohol during arts around the square in designated areas. So if you at Powerade want to participate, then apply for a license, the special license to allow you to do that.
It's my understanding that a business like Crystal's is not eligible because you have to make the product to be a vendor like that. The other point that I want to make is I'm trying to mitigate confusion. We are one of the few towns in Alamance County that doesn't have a social district. And if somebody sees alcohol walking around in the street and they're in an establishment and want to take it out on the street, I don't want them to slip through somebody's fingers and accidentally walk out the door. And that is bad for them and bad for the business and bad for Graham. So that was my pitch, was to get it less confusing and have everybody be able to be beneficial. But that's my idea. If I'm the,
I mean, we didn't have any issues with it last year, the way we did it last year with the 4 different locations. You know, we tried to keep them away from children or anything like that, any kind of children's things that were going on.
Mhm.
We didn't have any issues, and we had our, you know, local businesses were out there. I'm just not really in favor of people being able to walk in and out of establishments with alcohol in their hands, just willy-nilly. I'm not really, I'm not comfortable with that.
Yeah,
I agree with Bonnie, because that would require us to have more police officers downtown, which is an added cost to the city by having to pay either overtime or comp time.
Don't, to have a social district, doesn't the state have to get involved in that because they set the rules?
if we did a social district, we would have a public hearing. We have to change an ordinance and then we have to file with the state and ABC.
Is
It-
there, I'm sorry,
No, go ahead.
is there a,
Hold on, Crystal. Hold on. We've got it. Hey, guys, I got it. Thank
These are the
you.
Public hearing.
Go ahead.
what I'm thinking is what kind of expense would that put on the brick and mortars? I mean, just to be involved.
The expense is to purchase the correct cups.
Licensing and.
No,
stuff like
they
that?
don't have to do any kind of licensing. It all is, it's whatever you are authorized to sell in your space that can walk out of your business in a very designated place.
Okay.
And we would only do it for this one event, just trying to make sure that we're spreading our opportunities around. But, sounds like we've had a discussion. Do I have a motion? to give Brian some direction.
So the motion before us here is for,
What happened last year,
okay,
not the social district.
right.
It's only for the alcohol vendors not to allow people to walk in and out of stores.
Okay. I make a motion to approve the sale of alcohol during the Arts Around the Square event and to suspend Chapter 12, Article 1, Division 1, Section 12-11, wine or beer container, public display within the approved event areas for the duration of Arts Around the Square on May 16, 2026.
I second your motion, Bobby.
All in favor?
Aye.
Madam Mayor,
Yeah.
that social districting, I mean, it is something that maybe we could address later on, just at a later time. And,
Were you in favor or opposed? Sorry, Jim.
of what we just voted on?
Mhm.
Oh, I voted for it.
Okay.
And what was the vote?
Sorry, it was 5, it passed unanimously. I just think that there could have been a better way to do it, but 5-0, you got that. Don't go anywhere. You are next on the agenda. Go.
So the next proposal is also for Arts Around the Square. The department has been approached by, say, a handful of dog organizations within our county to be involved with Arts Around the Square in various capacities. There's a current ordinance on the books that prohibits dogs from being at basically city events, whether it's parades, anything that we do downtown as the rec department or anything else. Parks are fine, but we have restrictions based on the ordinances quoted in front of you. The ask is to suspend this ordinance for Arts Around the Square, and Michelle can come and speak more directly to what those aspects would be that would include dogs. And why we are just asking for a suspension for this one event instead of a suspension of the ordinance altogether that would then allow dogs at all of our events. So I would, if it pleases the council, if Michelle could come forward.
Come on, Michelle.
Good evening, council. In the proposal, we did do our staff recommendations of if this ordinance is lifted, what we do recommend setting as the event standards. So just to reiterate, if this would approve, if dogs were allowed, we would require that they be on 6-foot or shorter leashes. No retractable leashes would be allowed. Dogs, we would recommend that dogs be fully vaccinated in accordance with state and local requirements, which in North Carolina is the rabies vaccine. Pet owners would be responsible for cleaning up pet waste immediately and properly and disposably. We would help encourage that by having waste stations and waste bags throughout the event space. Dogs displaying aggressive behavior or creating safety concerns would be removed from the event area at the request of public safety officials, and dogs must be under the control of their owners and handlers at all time.
Thank you.
Yeah. If
Do y'all
guys
have any questions?
Specific questions, I'm happy to answer.
Yeah, I'm just trying to understand, like, okay, I mean, why do you want it for this event specifically to have dogs there?
Sure. So
Like, what is what's the goal? I mean, what are we?
Yeah, absolutely. So currently, we have a community partner application where nonprofits can apply to attend Arts Around the Square. We have had 2 animal organizations, so Little Blue Tattoo Rescue and the Humane Society of the Alamance County, apply to attend the event. We also, if approved, we would also have spoken with Burlington Animal Services, and they would like to attend as well. I feel that Arts Around the Square, out of all of our current signature events, would be one that allows it to be a calm enough environment for dogs to come. I think this also allows a demographic, specifically younger, childless individuals who love to bring their dogs to events. This is a great one for that. This is also why I'm encouraging the ordinance to be lifted just for this event, not necessarily other events, since our other events are a little bit more child-focused or music-focused, where it can be loud and irritating for dogs. I would love to see an art component if we allow this ordinance to be lifted. I have done with other nonprofits where dogs can create their own art. So that would add another component of fundraising potentially for one of the rescue organizations. And personally just have a passion for canine recreation as well. So this kind of opens that segue into creating a canine recreation program here in the city of Graham.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Michelle?
Yeah, what about pit bulls? Are you gonna allow pit bulls downtown?
Absolutely. So just for me, breed standards are based on prejudice in the same way that there's prejudice for skin color. So pit bulls, as well as any other breed, is based on training and environment. So there would be no breed restrictions.
And did you say, I hate to jump back in, but
Yeah.
did you say that you were going to recommend that the dogs have all their shots
Yeah, so it would,
and not
yeah.
make it mandatory?
Especially with the structure of Arts Around the Square, having sort of free flowing entrances, it would be near impossible to verify vaccination status. But just as in a dog park, you know, you're not verifying vaccination status, but there are dog park rules that set standards. It is of just this expectation of societal like ordinance. Now, obviously, if something were to occur, you know, having this recommendation does help with the liability on the city, because if we have no recommendations for vaccination status, then that does allow the liability to fall a little bit more on the city versus saying, hey, we made an effort of like saying that you should only bring your vaccinated dogs to the event, and you chose to disregard the event rules.
Have we checked with our insurance?
Not that I'm aware. So that would be something that we could definitely do if it's not wanting to be passed tonight, if that's something that we want to discuss.
Yeah. I think we would be wise to check into that. I mean, before we proceed. So that's just my opinion, but.
Is that the consensus of the council? You want to check in?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Do we have a month to let those vendors know?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
I'll give them an update and we can work on that.
Okay, that would be great.
Yeah.
We look forward to seeing you before the
Motion
the
to
March
table.
council. You need a motion to table that?
A motion would be fine.
I make a motion that we table this till our next agenda meeting.
Second it.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Passed unanimously. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Okay. Number 4 is rules of procedure for city council. I will recognize Megan Garner. We tasked you with this and you gave us a lot of reading.
I did.
Madam Mayor, I mean, if I may, I'd like to propose that we move this
The procedure.
discussion to a special meeting where we can devote all our time to it and get into all the legalities, because there's 42 rules we're talking about imposing on ourselves. And I want to make sure that we have proper time to discuss it.
Does anybody else second that?
I second the motion.
All in favor?
Aye.
Do you want to pick that passed unanimously? Sorry. Do you want to pick a date right now?
We can, I guess.
Yeah, it would be fantastic if you could.
To go ahead and get it on the
Mhm.
calendar.
Yep.
Meeting, the lawyer is present.
Yeah, because we will need the attorneys there too. So,
Can we do next Wednesday, the 18th?
Nope.
Oh, that's right. That's right, Bobby.
How about next Tuesday, the 17th,
I can't do that.
Thursday, the 19th?
Nope.
Megan and I are out. Can we do March 2nd?
second, let me look here.
How about
That's a Monday.
February 24th?
I can do March 2nd.
Could we do it at the meeting we just set up for the end of the month?
The financial one?
Yes,
Um,
since we know everybody's gonna be there. Is
yeah, it's just going later.
that okay with everybody?
Yeah. That's fine.
Okay.
I'd like to make a motion that we move that item, what we were talking
February.
about. The pets.
Nope.
No.
Rules
What?
of procedure.
rules
number
I'm sorry.
Order for city
I'm-
council.
I'm lost today. Rules and procedures for the city council. We hold that for the finance meeting on the
Third
23rd.
at
at
3
3.
PM. Sir. All in, second?
I second the motion.
All in favor?
Aye.
Unanimous. All right. Here we are. I want to take a minute and thank council for letting our public comments happen before our discussion here. And I want to take a minute. Bob, did you pull up anything for the 100.2-1? Hey, Bob, can you talk into the mic? That's okay.
Okay. We pulled it up, looked at it. I have not had a chance to read it. Brian, did you read it? I know you pulled it up. but-
I read it,
Hey, Brian, can you talk into the mic too? Thank you.
Well, I get the phone unlocked.
Yeah, before making any kind of decision, I mean, I think it is correct that, about the relocation, it has to be something specific and temporary, but I don't want to really say that 100% sure with just reading it in about 10 seconds, 10 minutes. I'd rather look at it a little bit closer because most of the statute does talk about state property and not necessarily local government property, but I do think it covers that. But I would like to do a little more thorough dive into it.
Okay. We'll do some discussing if you can keep looking into it, if that's okay.
Yeah, okay, all right, yeah.
All right. I want to open this up to council. We've heard a lot of opinions and thoughts today. How are we feeling? Bobby, is this your water?
No, mine's over here.
Okay. Who'd like to open up?
I have a motion I'd like to make, and
Can we do a little bit of discussing before we do motions, Jim?
it's not about that.
Okay.
Okay, I'm sorry. I didn't see any other time when it would be convenient to do it or best time. Before I make this motion though, I want to say this. I know not everyone will agree, and that's okay. I'm not here to make enemies. I'm here to stand for what I think is right for our community, even if we disagree. And I hope everyone will see that I'm trying to be fair and thoughtful. And I respect every voice here that's been here tonight and the previous meetings, as well as the ones that I've watched as a citizen take place over the past year or so. And I believe everybody here, regardless of what some of you might think, that we all want what's best for Graham. And my motion is, I move that we reaffirm the council's May 13th, 2025 decision, which passed 4-1 to dismantle the pergola, remove and store all memorial bricks, and make the area safe. I propose that staff now act on that approved motion to secure the site. Additionally, I ask that we give time for a public fundraising effort similar to how the park was originally built, allowing time for the community to contribute through donations or memorial brick sales. It would be really cool to see bricks, memorial bricks everywhere, but this is, they said I flipped last time, and then I was told tonight I flopped. I'm flip-flopping now. Well, I'm sorry, but I believe that when you're a leader, you still have to have an open mind to listen to everything. And I had a whole list of quotes I was going to bring up. I even had a Barack Obama quote. So I'm not a fan, but whatever. He was anyway.
Can I?
I just think that I don't understand why it never happened when that motion was made and it was passed. I watched that meeting probably 6 times Sunday, and it just burned me up. I was so mad because I I felt like I was misled. And I'm not calling out anybody, and I don't think Ricky misled me in any way. I think Ricky was misled as well and I'm only talking about the Alamance County Park. I believe he was told something, and then the story changed when Alamance County, the Alamance News checked on it. But I still think that we should follow through with that motion and give the public time to come up with some funds. Chelsea, you've talked about getting grants from Duke Power, Impact Alamance. The folks out here tonight have said something about raising funds. Okay, people have been saying that since last year, before I was ever up on here, before I ever thought about running for city council. You can talk all you want. You've got to start doing something. Start raising some money. Sell some bricks. I'm doing what I think is right here. And if I'm making more people mad, because I'm changing what I think is right, then so be it. I'll deal with that. Let me look at me. I've been bullied my entire life. So there's nothing anybody in this crowd can do to hurt me. I just think that it's the right thing to do, that the council honors that motion from May 13th of last year.
Can you reread that motion specifically? Thank you,
I
Jim.
have it.
I tried to pull it up in the minutes.
It was basically to go ahead and dismantle the park because it was sinking and it was unsafe. That was the main part. To go ahead and remove the structure and the memorial bricks and store them at the city until we decided what to do with it, or how to proceed. That was the motion. That was the original motion that was made, and it never happened. We approved it, but it never happened. We'd be that much farther ahead if it had, is all I'm saying. So. But
Yeah, could you read it? I can't find it. There's so many.
This is
Okay,
pulling up.
the minutes that I have right here. Mayor Talley stated the vote was 4-1 to move forward with removing it and making it safe. Then hear from the public how to repurpose the space without the cost of repair, which would be close to $500,000. The city did not have the money to do that at this time, but something needed to be done now to make it safe. She stated all the memorial bricks would be saved and repurposed, as well as the clock, pergola, and the benches. It's so frustrating because I went back and watched all of those meetings, and I'm gonna tell you, one of them was like 4 hours long, and even here, I know, I'm trying not to fall asleep. And I asked for this, so it's just frustrating to see in those meetings, and I'm not trying to degrade any single council member or anything. I sat there and watched these things, and it was always, well, we've got to do something about it, or it's just going to get worse. And it was over and over. And I watched a few times where the staff all begged for some direction on this, and they were given direction, but then it just kind of went away. Nobody thought about it after that. And then they had another meeting in September where the people came and spoke, and nobody brought up that meeting from May where it was approved to dismantle it, put everything in storage and make it safe. So, my motion's out there, and I thought about this quite a lot since, for at least the past 3 weeks. And I just feel like this is the right thing to do.
Are you proposing any reallocation of funds for this project or any steps forward after tearing it down? I just don't want to be left with,
Yeah, I
like, there's
understand.
not a direction after.
I think that's something that for council to decide, but I do believe we need to give the people that support it an opportunity to come up with the funds, and put the park back the way they wish.
Even if we have the grant funds, you still want to put it back on the people to fundraise?
Yes.
Yes, because
Yeah.
it wasn't put there with Graham dollars. And that money is Graham dollars.
Hold on, guys.
One of the things that I have actually signed up to speak at the next county commissioners meeting because I was wondering, why would the county not want to get in on this? You know, why don't they want to do something? And I'm not trying to pass the buck or throw it on to somebody else, but I do plan on going and ask them, and it might fall on deaf ears, but you know, it was the 150th anniversary of the Alamance County. And now it's Graham's burden to deal with it. And Alamance County hasn't, I haven't heard anybody from Alamance County offer anything. So, is it wrong to go ask them?
There's also a little bit of, it was new information to me that the grant funds that we were reallocating last month, they are due to be spent down by June 30th now.
Mhm.
We are
That's right.
working on a
Mhm.
timeline.
Right.
Even the RFQs that we got in cannot operate on that timeline. And so if we don't spend down the funds, we're giving back that money. But we have 500,000 that we could use still.
Okay, well, I have a motion that we reaffirmed the previous motion from May. That is something that can be a totally different motion. So do I get a second on my motion?
Can we finish talking?
Sure.
It's a bigger picture thing, and
No.
I just want to make sure.
Chelsea,
Motion.
it's not a bigger picture thing. This is a motion that was made in May
Disassemble.
to disassemble it, to put everything in storage and make it safe, make the area safe. Those were the words. Make the area safe. I don't think there's any bigger picture to that.
Only hesitation is to do that and then it stops there. And I want to make sure that we're committing to bring it back after we put it in storage. I don't want it to sit in storage and be an empty lot.
Well, that will give the people time to raise the funds. Have you talked to anybody about the grants that you mentioned? You mentioned them, the 25th meeting, you came up when you were, announced you were running for mayor and that you could get the money from Duke Energy or Impact Alamance.
There's people that are still willing to partner, but right now they're looking at us and saying, you're tearing down the park and they're not ready to partner with us.
I just put it out there.
You did.
So
I haven't talked to anybody in the last 30 seconds.
Let's get a second and vote on it to reaffirm that previous motion. And it's a start because either way,
It has to come down.
it has to come down. That's the first step. It has to come down. So why not give them the opportunity? It just doesn't make sense. Go ahead. I've made my motion.
Thank you, Jim.
I second that motion.
Okay.
Thank you, Bobby.
I think we need to discuss some more, but I do agree with what you're saying because I was the one that made that motion back last year. And I was astonished that it didn't happen. But because we did vote for it and I was concerned about safety. That's what I was concerned about was the safety of it. And I knew it had to come down regardless of what we did, whether we repair it and put it back, or whether we move it, or whether we just tear it down and sell it. It has to come down no matter what we do.
Right.
And I said this last year. So I do think that we need to, it's got to be started, okay? As far as the grant money,
I did.
yes, we have 400 and what is it that we have? About. Yeah, that's fine. I don't think it was enough for the bid that we got to absolutely fix it and put it back. We'd need a little bit more. And somebody, when they spoke, I'm sorry, I don't remember who spoke about, I did write down all your names though, but I don't remember who spoke about it. Somebody said that Graham didn't put it there. Alamance County put it there. It just happened to be on Graham property. So, and I brought this up at a previous meeting as well. Why isn't Alamance County helping us then with the money? Why? You know, so, you know,
I did check with, I did inquire about the previous bids, and since they're expired, I asked.
yeah, they are
Asked
expired.
for them to be, I requested that those companies be contacted and asked if they would honor their original bid. The answer was no. But, which I think that would have probably sped something up, but we don't have to wait for bids or anything. But, you know,
Yeah. Yeah, and you know, they're gonna be more now because they expired quite a long time ago. Because I think they were only good for like 60 or 90 days. And this, we've been discussing this for 2 years now. So, you know, I don't have any problem with giving people time to, you know, try to raise the money, whatever monies they can. There were, you know, the park was put there by donations, and I don't have a problem with that. But that being said, we'd have to reallocate the grant money somewhere else. So because it's a use it or lose it. And, you know, we're coming down to crunch time where I'm not sure we could make it if we moved the park, and I'm not sure if we could make it if we agreed to put the park back where it is. So, you know, my point being that money's, if we don't get an extension, is going to be gone.
Well, no, that,
So-
not necessarily. Megan?
No, I mean, we can use it. What I'm saying is it will no longer be available for this project, is what I'm saying.
Well,
Because it will be already
Those
used
who
somewhere
vote-
else within the city.
want to put the park back in its current location. And what is being proposed is you have the opportunity to make it happen by establishing a committee, raise the funds, and we, the city, will take the responsibility right now to dismantle it, store it, so that at least we can clear it, take the fence down, because that's got to happen regardless, whether we put it back there or not. But from what everyone has said, you want to put the park back where it is. Now, my objection about putting it back where it is was using taxpayer dollars to make it happen. I mean, because that's what's going to happen. But,
Hold on,
I mean,
guys.
I mean,
Hold on.
if you want to be truly fiscally responsible, we would just take it down, return the bricks, and sell the property. That would be the most fiscally responsible thing we could do. But,
That's not what our community's asking for.
but I'm just saying, that would be
Hold
it.
on, guys.
So, you know, and I think we had a lot of people last year, it's been a year ago, had several people that said, oh, I can raise the money for that. And I said, okay, please do. And then I never heard back from him. It was crickets. So, I mean, my objection is I don't want to use any money that belongs to the city of Graham to put that park back, because we didn't put it there in the first place. You know, we didn't use Graham money to put it there. Alamance County, it's for their anniversary, right? But what people fail to think about too is upkeep. We've been paying repair and upkeep on this park for 25 years.
Hold on, guys.
It's cost us, hey,
Hold
you
on,
know what? This
Bonnie.
is my time to speak.
Bonnie, I got
Okay.
it.
Look, I want to tell you, it's costing us between $12,000 and $15,000 a year to keep the park going. And no one ever stopped to consider that when they put it on our property. When they spent the money and put it on our property. But they, as in Alamance County, nobody's helping us keep it up. No, that's coming out of Graham's money. And I'm sorry, I'm not willing to spend Graham's money to put it back, but I am willing to see if folks can, drum up some funding.
I think that was the driving force behind me proposing using grant funds from the state.
It's still Graham's money,
Burke,
not Alamance County's money. It's Graham's money.
I'm sorry to bother you. Can you confirm this 15 to 12,000? Sorry. Make your way up to the mic, please.
I can confirm that because
Okay.
that number came directly from Burke today via
Okay.
text message. So yes.
And is that because the foundation is not great, or that, what kind of
No.
maintenance are we looking at?
That's total man hours for landscaping as well as hardscape. Repainting a pergola when it was repainted, that was, that cost per year is for those items spread out over a number of years. In any particular year, it may be higher or lower, depends on what we have to do. Has a car ran into it and damaged bricks, we had to do masonry work. It was a really dry year and we had to spend more labor keeping everything alive. Did somebody borrow our plants? Did somebody walk on our plants? All those things, but that's an average, what you can look for year in, year out, spread over a 20-year period.
Sure. One more question. I know I've asked you this several times. If we committed dollars right now, could we have the park fixed, bids out by June 30th? Or are we going to lose those funds?
Probably not, because the bid's gonna have to be redid, rewrote, or not wrote, but edited.
Sent back out.
Resubmitted, and then go through the process, and then, I don't know, contractor's timeline, I can't make any promises to that.
Sure. Okay. Thank you. Bob, did you find anything? Did y'all find anything in that? Can you speak into your mic?
That section 100-2.1 does apply to local government's public property, so I believe it does apply.
So can you speak a little bit more? What does that mean specifically for us and trying to move Sesquicentennial?
It's pretty exactly what the gentleman said who spoke earlier. Let's see, if it's moved temporarily, you have to put it back. If you move it permanent, you have to put it in a place of equal prominence. And it can be moved for those reasons, for safety reasons or repair or something like that.
So you're saying you can't move a park?
Not a
Or
memorial.
they're calling
Not
it
a memorial.
Memorial.
It is.
It was never classified that way.
Right, but hold on, guys. There's elements in the park that guys, gotta let me lead the meeting. There's elements in the park that classify it as a memorial, and therefore we cannot move the park.
I don't agree, but okay. I don't agree with that.
Yeah, I made a motion, we got a second. So are we still discussing things that have nothing to do with that motion?
Like I said, it's a bigger picture. We've got this pool of money that's gonna expire.
Yeah,
We've got a
I
park.
just want everybody to see,
Okay,
this is
let's
partly why the motion didn't go anywhere the first time.
let's vote on it.
Mayor Dickey, I do apologize, Councilmember Young. I have, if it is okay with the council, I have just sort of a list of things that I would like to bring to city council's attention, just so we're all on the same page on what it looks like with where we are and potentially where we're going to go. I do think having a definition of safe would be beneficial for staff. So does safe mean that we can take the fencing down and it's just safe for people to walk on the property? There's grass, or most likely grass, or something there. Is that sort of our target for safe? Is one item. And if you want me to go through the whole list, or if you want to kind of mention them as we go, I'm good with whatever you want to do.
Go through the list and we'll make
Okay.
notes.
The grant money itself, as it passed, reads exactly as provides a directed grant to the city of Graham for downtown revitalization. So there isn't really much, specificity to that on how the funds can be spent. We do have a June 30, 2026 deadline. There are other items in the B1 district that could be considered for funding. The amount we have left that was previously, before last month's council action, allocated to the crosswalk enhancements that were then shifted to the park project are $485,320. So that is the amount as it stands tonight in the system to answer the question you had earlier. I do think other options that would be wise for everyone to understand and kind of be on the same page. I think if donations are, or fundraising efforts are considered as a part of the motion, and I apologize, I couldn't write as fast as you were speaking, but I'm sure Renee's got it. I think it would be wise for city council to adopt a donation policy specific to this project. People who make donations to the city can earmark them for a specific purpose. And there are accounting mechanisms that we have to handle internally to ensure that their funds are in fact going to that specific purpose for which they made the donation. So I think coming back to you, and it doesn't, obviously doesn't have to be tonight, but I think it would be wise to happen before any fundraising efforts happen. So people who make donations would understand very clearly, what that what looks like for them before they make a decision to either donate or not. And then I believe my last one is essentially what to do with the bricks. Numerous people have spoken that they would not want their bricks to be relocated. At this point in time, it appears that relocation is not definitive. So I think if individuals would want their bricks back, we would be wise to develop, just some sort of form that says, if I have a brick there, I'm coming up to City Hall or wherever, and that this is the brick or the bricks that I have, and I'm the person who's entitled to get those. You may have siblings, family members who want the same brick, and it would be very challenging for us to sort of administer who may have the right to grab those, but for them to sign some sort of document that says this brick is basically mine for the taking, to kind of take us out of what may or may not be an issue. And then it's very clear who wants their bricks, and we can kind of shift them from the project. They get their bricks and in place as they are before they go to somewhere else. So that's my list at present. Happy to read it again or do anything you want to with it, including nothing. So.
Thank you, Megan.
Now, would disassembling the park and storing it be considered part of the cost? Or money expended toward it?
The disassemble and relocation would happen by internal staff members, specifically the Public Works Department. There would be some equipment rental, most likely a crane would be one item, possibly some other equipment rental to do that. It's not a fast or easy job to go out there and do that, which is honestly why it hasn't happened to date. Our Public Works Department is limited in capacity to devote the man hours. This isn't the type of project where you want to go out there and start it and stop it, start it and stop it. You really need to devote a significant chunk of time to do it right. So the cost for those would need to come from somewhere. I don't imagine that Public Works or Property Maintenance or any of those departments that fall within that would likely have the funds already allocated to do that. So that brings up another question is, would we?
Can we use the grant money?
In my opinion, for what it's worth, probably not, because it says provides a directed grant to the city of Graham for downtown revitalization. I don't know that disassembly of a park would fall into the category of downtown revitalization. The last thing I want to do is run afoul of a state grant and risk not ever being allocated funds again. And whatever we do, we also have to amend our scope of work with the state.
I mean, we can ask Amy Gailey's office if it would be something we could do with it. She would know. She's the one that, that Mayor Talley worked with to get that grant. So, but
And since it was awarded the Office of State Budget and Management, we have to provide quarterly reports on activities and the funding. So they are the administration, the ones who administer the grant. So they would probably need to say yes or no on whether that would fall within the downtown revitalization.
I think in the meeting where the motion was made and passed, I think Burke was asked about just cutting the pergola where it's welded, so they wouldn't have to have a crane and drive down the road and clear traffic and all that, because then it can be reassembled, just as easy. Am I right, Burke?
Will you come on up to the front, Bert, please?
Sorry, man.
To move it in one piece would require a crane, then we're gonna have to have traffic control. The crane's gonna have to go to Public Works, because to clear the traffic lights and everything, it'll be too wide to fit through any gate at Public Works. We believe that we could cut it into two pieces, and because it was welded together when it was made, and just weld it back together, and possibly not have to rent the crane, but we may have to have some other things to help us with the job.
Thank you.
So why can't we use the money to go ahead and put the crosswalks in?
That's a city council action for consideration. Honestly, at this point, I don't know that that project would even be accomplished by June 30, 2026. And to be clear, we have requested an extension of those funds, and there is zero guarantee that that will happen, but we have requested an extension. And we don't know a timeline for when consideration to that will be given. So right now, we're moving forward with they disappear June 30, 2026.
And we haven't heard anything back from Senator Gailey's office on the extension request? Or
We did. She gave us to a Carly, I can't remember her last name, who manages that.
Okay, so we're waiting to hear back from them.
Yeah, Carly said that basically she's putting it in the hopper and will keep us updated.
Okay.
But could that grant money be used for any B1 projects?
I think as long as it falls within the city of Graham for downtown revitalization, yes. We would just need to amend our scope of work with OSBM, the Office of State Budget and Management.
So do we have anything that would?
I'm glad you asked. So in a previous staff report, and I'm pulling up the attachment, and I apologize, I don't have the date on this one, but it's a staff report that was provided to council perhaps when the initial funding decision was made. It could have been at the initial pitch, it could have been at a later meeting. I'm just looking at the staff report, and I apologize, it doesn't have the date. But resurfacing municipal lots on West Elm and Maple, we had different breakdowns for paving, Hardin and Maple, Main and Marshall, Elm and Marshall. Aaron, is that list something you can pull up? Downtown streetlight upgrade, which was approved and funded, accomplished. Repaint the metal poles downtown. Duke Energy responded that they have no plans to paint them. The quote we had was years ago, and if we wanted another quote, we would have to pay an engineering firm to get it. And this list is what I'm reading from, and I'm on item 3 at the moment. Resurfacing East Elm from East Hardin to Home. And you can see what that project would entail. The pedestrian crosswalk improvements downtown was one that was initially funded, and then that funding was shifted last month to the park. Item 6, tree replacement downtown was approved. Public Works has that set for spring. Obviously now would not be at the ideal time to be planting. Item 7, hanging baskets. We were presented with the quotes to maintain those. There is the issue of getting an agreement with Duke Energy to hang something else on their poles. May or may not be approved, would certainly take some time. Paveway systems, pattern pavement. You can see here, this was a brick paver. Appearance for approximately 1/3 the cost of conventional pavers. It would require NCDOT plan approval. Brick paver sidewalks was the last one. The cost for those at the time of the staff report was $39 to $47 per square foot. So these were items that were prepared by Public Works at the time that City Council considered this before. These are options. Paving is a quick option that could most likely be accomplished between now and June 30. You know, we have a timeline we're working up against. Some of these that require outside agreements would certainly add to the overall timeline. You may have other ideas. I think as long as they would fall into the downtown revitalization, which is key to this, then I think they would certainly be worth council consideration. That was a very long way to answer the question.
Is there any aspect of the park that we think that we could start mitigation, complete it by June 30th, and fit the bill for this revitalization?
I think it would certainly be a challenge, especially hearing what Public Works Director Robertson said about repairing what we have now. I think the safest thing to not jeopardize our existing funding, which of course we will be audited on and rightfully so, and the potential for future funding would be not to charge dismantling and making it safe to the grant, that those funds would be paid elsewhere.
How long does this have to go out for bid? What's legally, was it 10 days?
Give me a minute on that one. It's going to depend on the dollar amount. Formal bidding for construction or repair contracts is 500,000 and above.
Under that.
Yep. Informal bidding is 30,000 up to.
What's the timeline on that?
Yeah, I'm going to have to look up GS 143, 131 to tell you. If you have something else you want to discuss while I'm over here.
I know it's a hope and a prayer, but I would, since we don't have to do design to repair the park, I would love to move forward, hoping that we get the extension. But let's make the motion something bigger than just taking it down. Let's make the motion that we actually want to put it back up as well.
I think what's best to do baby steps. We get something done tonight. We reaffirm that motion, the motion that I made. And that other stuff we can hash out. We're gonna be here all night.
Well-
Not that, I mean, I'm up for it, so, but
I think,
I made the motion. It was seconded. And, you know, why not vote on it?
I have one last comment, and I think it's because I'm confused. Because if we take it up without hashing up the next step, then half of the community members might come and want their bricks back, and half of the bricks are in limbo. And like we're talking about, it is a memorial. And so if we're putting it back the way it is, we want all the bricks. We want to be able to represent all these community members. But if rightfully so, if people don't know our next step, like you said, this is the first step. I agree with this being the first step, but I think putting together the whole package so that people understand our vision of where we're going with this, so that they can either claim their bricks or leave them to be memorialized in the same location, is my point of confusion for this motion specifically.
Okay, well, no matter how many touchy-feely words you use, it's not gonna make any difference. I made the motion that we reaffirmed the motion that was made
Let's
back
vote.
last year.
Second.
It was seconded. That's a start. I mean, it's a start.
All in favor?
That's all I'm asking.
How
Aye.
are we
Aye.
funding that? How are we funding it? The city's gonna do it?
that was always the intent, that Burt Public Works would do that. Now, here's the challenge I'll put before all of you who want to build the park back in its current location. Your challenge is to raise the fund, rate. Your challenge, because given what we had heard from the contractors to renovate the park, they all came in around $500,000. Okay?
I think it was 479.
Hey. $500,000. You take
on,
the
guys.
challenge to raise at least half of it,
Hold on, guys. I got it.
and then through grants and such, we pay it, raise the funds, and then we put the park back in its current location.
Bob, does that hold us to repairing the park? The 100, section 2, does that hold us liable to repair the park?
I think we need
Hold
some
on,
more
guys.
time for legality check.
Microphone.
Okay, are you saying after the removal and storage, well, I think at a minimum, we have to make it safe.
Right, but after it's safe, does it hold us to putting it back?
I don't think it necessarily does. I think you probably have to make that motion.
So we can't move the park, but we can dissolve it, according to the,
Well, again,
hold on.
you-
I really need this answer.
You may, in my opinion, I think you can remove it, you know what I mean, and make it safe and to take some other action. I would assume you'd take some other action, to do whatever you plan to do, either dispose of it, restore it, or whatever the wishes of the council would be.
I'm confused how we can't move it, but we can dissolve it.
we're not,
Hold on, guys.
So you're.
You said that we can't legally move it because it's a memorial, but you're saying that we can take it down, make it safe, but not put it back. So you're, in essence, dissolving a park.
I think you'll have to address that statutory issue, you know what
Mm-hmm.
I mean, about, it says, Brian, let me let you weigh in. I think it was said you have to.
Brian, can you hit the microphone?
Yeah.
And then this is just, I can't get it up, pulled up right now, but if it's temporary removal, you got 90 days to put it back. And if you don't, I guess you could always relocate it, but it has to be to that relocation of a place of similar prominence.
Okay.
That's just.
So once we vote to take
Would-
this down, we have 90 days to put it back.
That's what I read.
I have a question. I mean, I feel like I'm not even comfortable making a decision tonight because I really think looking up statutes on phones
On
and
the
stuff
phone,
and
yeah,
trying to
yeah.
interpret them,
Yeah.
I think maybe our attorneys need a little bit more time to do some research. I would say,
Yeah,
Right.
I would.
and
feel
I think
better
maybe we need to
to-
just,
You're gonna hang your hat on what I'm saying. I'd feel better if I had a little more time. to
well, I
research.
feel like you're not real certain about it, so
I'd
I would prefer.
time to digest it, really.
Yeah, exactly. So I mean, I'm personally not comfortable making a decision either way right now. So,
If I'm reading it right, it says 90 days of completion of the project that
Right.
required its removal.
Yeah.
So that's the timeline, and 90 days within the completion of the project that required its removal in the first place. So that 90 days would be whenever it was ready for the
Yeah.
stuff, but that's when the clock would start on that.
Yeah, that sounds right.
Am I right?
But it still sounds like we are held to repairing it. Overall, we'll let the pros do their thing, but it sounds like we are legally held.
I at least know we're held to removing it and making it safe.
but what she's saying is if That's why we need to have our attorneys do a deeper dive before we make any decision. I mean, that's just my opinion. Let's let them make a deeper dive into the statutes that were brought up and figure it out. I'm not comfortable with them having to sit there on their cell phones and look up stuff on their phone. I mean, this gentleman, he had time to repair. He did a great job, but he had time to prepare. Damn it. What's that?
Hold on, guys. If we get into comments from the crowd, we'll be talking back and forth all day. Okay, you're not comfortable doing anything moving forward. Let's try to
Right.
find some consensus to put something together for a motion.
What was the vote
Well,
on Mr. Young?
This is
That was-
not a public hearing. Hello,
4-1.
this is our discussion.
I'm sorry, it's.
So,
Hold on, 4-1.
Who was the one?
To disassemble it.
Oh, I'm
We didn't vote on
on
that.
Motion, I thought we just voted on it and it passed.
We
It did,
didn't
but
vote on it.
I think,
No,
okay,
no, we
we'll
didn't.
vote again.
What?
Bobby seconded it.
He seconded it and then it stopped. It went into conversation, right?
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye,
All opposed?
Aye.
Me and Bonnie
3-2.
are opposed. You okay, Renee? You're not following? Okay.
So
Um,
we reaffirm the May vote of 4-1
the things that,
to disassemble and store.
okay, the things that we've got to address is Megan's question of what is safe. So that we know how far the
It would
town
just
has to go.
be helpful not to have any sort of ambiguity.
Yeah, but it's got to be disassembled.
Right, the disassembly I'm clear on. It's the safe that
So
maybe I'm a
now-
little less.
So
But-
we're voting on the motion to disassemble and store. He did make the motion.
We've read it 4 times and I apologize. We'll read it again for the public because I know I'm getting confused too. The motion was to disassemble the park and make it safe. And stop there. Do the first step and that's it. And then that motion was seconded by Bobby, right? And then it was voted on by Jim, Ricky, and Bobby. Bonnie and I voted no to that motion. Renee, you good? Y'all understand where we are?
I think we need to do some due diligence before we do that. So I'm just saying.
Yeah, okay. Now that there has been a motion for the 3 people especially that voted on this, what is the definition of safe? So that the town knows how far to take this.
Bert, could you come up, please?
Aw, we missed you.
You need to get a little rolly chair.
Yes, sir. What in your mind would be making the area safe once you've got the memorial bricks and the pergola taken down for safe storage while that's happening?
You'd have to haul enough dirt in to fill it up to where it properly drains and then seed and straw it for the short term. Just, cause you also gotta make erosion control folks happy.
So we would haul dirt into a place that's already sinking, and then we're gonna have to dig the dirt out again.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, that doesn't make sense to me, but okay.
You said for a temporary, what is temporary so that we know when that clock
So
stops?
whenever somebody makes a decision and hands us money to do something different,
No, I'm saying like, I don't want this to sit for 6 years and say it was safe for the 6 months, but now it's settling again.
I mean, you'd have to stabilize it with grass, probably a fescue.
Okay. Megan, is that good for you?
If Burke's good, I'm good on the definition of safe. I do think that despite whatever happens to make it safe, our next steps as staff, if we're to bring something back to you, would also warrant some consideration on what you're looking for. Is it to, in addition to the, the policies and stuff I suggested, but is it to pass it to potential fundraising efforts? What city role do you want in that? Is it just to help promote? Is it to help facilitate?
Thanks, Berg.
Goodbye, Burke.
Thank you, Bert.
You know, we can get it safe. It sounds like the three who voted for that are good with Burke's definition of safe, but to keep it from sitting like that indefinitely, you know, what can we do as staff to bring back to city council or whomever?
I'm interested in hearing what Bob and Brian have to bring back. I think that will
Mhm.
So-
maybe push us in the right direction. If we are legally bound to
Do something.
repair the park, then we have to repair the park.
Okay, so we'll just wait until perhaps the March agenda when city council will hear from the attorneys on that.
Would that be enough time for y'all?
Okay, thank you for clarification on that part.
Thank you, Megan.
Are we good to move off the park?
No.
You say no?
No,
Okay.
No.
we need commitment from the residents of Graham that have a hand in this. Y'all all talk, if, you know, it's one thing, we all talked about want to keep it there. You built it. And I'm not saying you need to help pay for all of it, but have us, you know, fundraising, raise some of the money for it.
Paul,
That's what we're talking about.
hold on, guys. Let's,
You don't get 'em.
I'm gonna ask, Jane, can you come up here? Do you mind acting as a spokesperson? There's a lot of moving pieces. I think if we could have Jane or somebody, be a spokesperson, a contact person for all of you guys to come together, and then it's hard. We had the money to do this. And now we are running out of a timeline. So maybe next month we can have an extension. That would be great to be able to come forth with you guys. Jane, what were you gonna say?
I was gonna say, can we meet each other halfway? And if y'all could use the money that is there to start it, and then if it needs more than that, I will be at the chairman of the committee and we will raise the rest. That's what the town did before, but I want to see, y'all heard our hearts and the money's there. And that's what's confusing to me. I think tomorrow they're going to tell you it's got to be paid for one way or the other. So why not use the money that's there? And then if that's not enough, I will put my name on it and we will raise the rest and thank you very much. Does that sound good? I promise you, my word, my dad, we will raise the money, the rest of it. If you use that to try first, we will make it happen. I don't care how much it is. We'll figure it out.
Thank you, Jane. Hold on.
I thought this wasn't a
Um,
back and forth. What are we doing?
Megan, we can't start allocating those funds, is what you're against that, because it's a bad look.
No, that's not what I'm saying. So
Okay.
if I gave that perception, I do apologize. The funds we have, let's just, for simple numbers, we'll say that the project to repair the park is 500,000. We have 485, 320 that could be allocated by city council action to begin repair work of the park. Assuming we
Hold on, guys.
were able to lawfully expend at least 485, 320 by June 30, 2026, we would be in compliance with the grant without an extension, again, which may or may not happen. The difference, again, just for simple math, would have to be city dollars that would have to be allocated in the project ordinance that was originally adopted, amended last month, and can be amended as many times as city council wants. Having said that, we cannot lawfully pre-audit a contract, again, in our imaginary scenario here for 500,000, until the total amount of the contract is there for funding. So in the project ordinance, should it be amended again, will be the 485, 320. The difference would be allocated from city dollars, regardless of whether those city dollars flowed through fundraising efforts or something else, but that does, at least initially, put the city on the hook to pay the difference. But if we were able to expend 485, 320 by June 30, then we would be in compliance with our grant requirements. Regardless of whether it's 500,000, 600,000, whatever the difference is, as long as we had work, tangible items to show that things happened at that park, and we were lawfully billed within that, we lawfully spent, then we would be good. And then the project could, in theory, go beyond June 30, as long as it was only being funded by city dollars, whether it was our money, people who made donations, or whatever that looked like. Does that answer your question?
Okay.
Does that
I
answer?
appreciate that. If that could be the last of the comments from the community, that would be great. No, I appreciate all the passion. That does answer the questions. My biggest hesitation now is I don't want to wait a month and get even closer to the June 30th if we're going to try to put some of this money towards repairing the park, because it sounds like we have to repair the park. It sounds like the community's going to raise the rest of the funds. And tomorrow Burke's got to open his email and do something, and pick a direction. Because we've got this money that we're either going to use it or lose it. Sorry, I look at them because Megan's over there.
Sorry,
Okay, y'all.
if I may, just at a very quick glance at a published table by the School of Government for informal construction and repair contracts that do not involve buildings. A pergola, my uneducated opinion, would not qualify as a building. That may or may not be the case. But according to them, no ads are required until you hit the formal threshold of 500,000. If you hit the 500,000 threshold, it says newspaper or electronic ads for full 7 days before bid opening. Advertising by electronic means only requires board approval. So we're most likely talking about a formal bid scenario, which would require a 7-day publish for construction and repair contracts that do not involve buildings.
Which could in theory start tomorrow if we direct it.
Correct.
Otherwise,
Well, you're going to have to approve advertisement by electronic means if we don't make the deadline for Thursday's paper. So technically, it probably couldn't start before Thursday.
council,
He's saying tomorrow, so we draft an ad, we send it to the publication. Your 7-day clock, I believe, and I do want to check all this because like them, I'm looking at what the School of Government has published, but it looks like your 7-day clock would start Thursday.
and then we could call a special meeting, select a whatever bid, and then start moving forward within 10-ish days.
You would select your lowest responsible bidder.
Mhm.
Microphone.
Brian and I talked about it briefly, and if you can give us till next Monday, we might, I think we can crank out something to give you this piece of the puzzle, I mean, what's required by the statute. And that would help the decision.
Is there any way we could do it before next Monday?
It's possible, you don't know what you hit when you start doing the research and to do it and sort of chase down everything we know or, other similar situations.
Okay.
But
We've got money, we've got a project, we've got a possible forward. What? That is currently what we're talking about.
To replace
I
light.
think we would have to go back with the same design.
Sorry,
We would have to go back with the same design. if
with
we
this
did.
timeline, we would for sure. So that's not been part of the discussion at all. We don't have time to do design engineering stuff. Right.
Well, let me state my vision of safety is totally different from yours or anybody else on the county council. Mine is to remove the complete basement. whatever was there, it's got to come out. If we don't, we're going to be back at this again in a couple of years.
Well, it is gonna have to be removed regardless. I don't follow because it has to be removed. We know that has to be dug out. We know that.
Okay.
You're saying you don't think it's safe unless we dig it out first?
Right.
Is that what you're saying? Okay.
Can I make a motion?
Or
I would like to reallocate the funds to go forward, have a 7-day bid process and build back Sesquicentennial Park in the same build. And then after that, have a special meeting in the next 10 days to go ahead and get this rolling. That is my motion to take,
Before we hear from Bob.
before we hear from Bob. The
No, I
community
still
wants
want-
it whether I'm legally bound to do it or not.
So you're saying we're going to take a 2,700 square foot piece of property and still only have 1,100 square feet of usable space?
I am.
What a waste, man. God, what a waste.
Guys, let's be respectful. It's got to go back the same way. That is my motion. Do I have a second?
Mayor Dickey, do you mind just repeating that one more time, please? Thank you.
I make a motion that we reallocate the it's somewhere.
485, 320.
Yes, to rebuilding Sesquicentennial Park in the same design, getting the bids out this week, 7 days, and then having a special meeting in the next 10 days to pick the lowest bid.
At the lowest bid?
That's what she said that we are legally bound to.
If you award a contract, it has to go to the lowest responsible bidder. City council can reject all bids, but if you award a bid based on a process, whether it's formal or informal, through a bid process, not a qualifications-based process, it has to go to the lowest responsible bidder. Or you reject all bids.
Was that, you good? I repeated it. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
No.
All opposed?
Aye.
aye.
It failed 2-3.
I still want to hear back from our legal people first. Okay.
A fairly long, detailed statute, and it'd be good to approach this thoroughly, because we don't want to do anything to jeopardize the contracting or the funds or anything, so we want to be right well, we'll do a good job on it, but we need the time to delve into it. So.
Okay. We will wait on that. Do we want to table the grant funds conversation as well? Because it might be tied to whatever Bob and Brian bring back.
Yep.
Yes.
Okay. Megan, you good? All right. That concludes new business. We are on to city staff comments. Oh, you, Megan.
I'll jump in first. I only have one. I don't have a list like I had last month. Councilmember Young requested a presentation from the Invictus Task Force. Before we reach out to get them scheduled, we just wanted to confirm that that was good to add to the city council agenda. It may or may not be March, depending on availability, but we just wanted to make sure that was something that city council was fine with us putting on the agenda. The Invictus Task Force.
Invictus.
What is that?
Child Sex Predator Task Force.
Ah. Okay,
Is that a yes?
yes.
Yes.
Yes. Thank you. That's all I had.
Aaron, nothing? You guys, nothing? Come on. Okay. Jim, you got anything?
I think I said enough.
All right.
Made everybody tired of me.
Ricky?
Yeah, I got a couple things. So,
Okay.
number one, Mr. Boney, made out like I was a liar. I did speak to, Brian Haygood. I mean, not Brian, but Brian Baker. I spoke to him on November the 20th at the Alamance County Community Leadership that we had in Wilmington. And it was in between the mid-afternoon sessions. So we did speak about the parking. And Aaron has been in contact with Brian now, and we do have the parking available to us because it's already open.
Anything else? Okay. Bobby?
Nope.
Nope. Bonnie? Oh, come on, guys. Okay. I wanted to start and get reports from your commissions. Just because I think it'll be good to provide each other updates and then updates to the community of what the different commissions and appearance or commissions and boards have been up to. So who wants to start?
Well, the Historical Resources Board met last Tuesday, and I think we had two approved signage for a wellness spa. I didn't know I was going to have to take notes, and I would be tested on this later. And I think we've got maybe one more that's coming in for the next hearing for a sign. I believe it's another signage for the next meeting. But I will do better the next time, I promise.
Appreciate it. Ricky?
Which one do you want me to talk about?
All of them.
Okay, the only one that I've been able to attend, because they're the only one that's met, is the Graham Burlington MPO. At our last meeting, we started talking about funding grant opportunities and funding for certain roads. Then we moved out of that and went into talking about the moving or ending the Spot 7 calculations for this year and open Spot 8. That's it.
Thank you.
Parks and Recs invites everyone to attend the Hall of Fame dinner. Brian, what's the date of that?
April the 11th.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bonnie?
The museum board has canceled both of the meetings that we had. One was for weather, and I think the other one was because we didn't have anything on the agenda. So it has been rescheduled for March.
Okay. Great. I attended the January Appearance Commission. February is taking place on Thursday because of snow, but they talked a lot about fall decorations. We granted some lighting and facade improvements for a downtown business, and then talked about their year planning and then discussed the upcoming banner designs. So that's my update. I wanted to take a minute and say thank you to Burke for walking up and down so many times. No, I really wanted to say thank you for Public Works. Storms and snow, and these guys brined the roads and scraped them, and we got through all the snow, and
Good job.
we appreciate you and your team. Thank you. Thank you to, I don't know where Chief Cole is, if he's still in here. But thanks to the fire department and keeping us safe. There was a fire during one of the snow weekends. They were able to get it out. The family is fine. And the police department for keeping us safe, collaborating with other agencies and bringing justice to the people that are making streets less safe. Yes. They have a great place to live. I wanted to take a moment and address the recently presented town brand. my understanding was that staff intended to gather and incorporate council's feedback from last month and return to council for further discussion. That did not occur. I do believe this process was carried out in a way that without community input. Additionally, I have concerns that the logo and typeface and color palette is very closely resembles our neighboring municipality of Burlington. Graham is a community with its own rich history, our creativity, and our vibrancy. And I believe our brand should clearly and confidently reflect our individuality rather than mirroring another city. That being said, I am a team player. I can support this brand moving forward. But I do believe that this moment presents an opportunity to set a higher bar, higher standard for future projects, one that's rooted in transparency and community involvement and a thoughtful process that honors what makes us unique. We're an incredible community, and our work and our projects should reflect that and our character and our strength and not diminish it.
Madam Mayor, the logo are not our jurisdictions, they're Megan's jurisdiction. We only have two things to do: pay the bills, hire and fire the mayor, and hire and fire these two gentlemen right here.
Not the
Ricky,
mayor.
I'm
City
in
manager.
my comments right now.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Is it possible just to add something to that if the council would be willing? Staff was working under direction provided to us by city council. It was made very clear to us that we were not to engage in a wide-scale effort that was going to cost the city the amount that it would have taken to engage the public in any of that. The prior council, I realize you weren't here at the time, but were very clear, and Councilmember Young also was not here, but they were very clear in the directive that were given to us, and we carried out exactly what was assigned to us by city council as it was seated at the time. So I do appreciate the opportunity to be able to add that, but we were working within direct guidance, very specific. We are not paying what other jurisdictions paid to do this and to do a full-blown effort. So thank you.
I think it looks great. This is pretty sexy. That's wrong, and it's a G.
Oh.
It's a G, not a B.
My last note is that there's an affordable housing commission that's meeting in Graham, and it's a group of realtors and developers and municipal representatives. And I'm excited about the conversation that's coming out of that. And so if anybody is interested in being a part of that, I would love to be able to connect you guys. That is all that I have. If anybody else doesn't have anything, I will take a motion to go into closed session. We are considering going into closed session to consult with the attorney in accordance with the North Carolina General Statute, Section 143-318.11 AC, City of Mebane versus City of Graham, case 25 CV 007-126-000.
Make a motion, we go into closed session.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you guys for being here. You waiting for a hug?
He's directing traffic,
Oh,
what he's doing, right?
all right. We're back here.
Madam Mayor, I make a motion that we,
Return.
return to open session. Sorry, I all of a sudden was like,
Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
ah.
I need a motion to adjourn.
Madam Mayor, I make a motion, we adjourn.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Night.